To talk about things that I've either read or have been recent epiphanies in my life. And I can't wait to share those with you. But this morning, let me tell you about this morning. Finding the energy to do anything felt like trying to squeeze blood from a rock. I woke up with a headache, exhausted because I didn't sleep at all the night before. And you know that feeling, like when you didn't sleep at all the night before, you're oddly constantly reminding yourself the next day that you didn't sleep, and everything just felt off. And really, as I'm speaking now, things still kind of do. And so I got up and I sort of played with the idea of taking the day off altogether. Right? Maybe I'm due for one anyway. I thought about resting. The little devil with the pitchfork on my shoulder continuously reminded me how great sleep would feel. And I was sitting there, kind of weighing my options. Took some ibuprofen, started the coffee, sat down on the couch, just kind of looking at the wall, what to do. But realistically, I knew. And I want to explain why. Over the years, I've taught myself through repetition that sitting down and writing and recording, unless I plan intentionally to do otherwise, is a non-negotiable. It's helped me see that the goal in any meaningful pursuit should be getting to the point where, despite the circumstances, you show up. Stephen Pressfield, whose voice often echoes in my mind when I come face to face with these situations, he wrote, "Art is war, between ourselves and the forces of self-sabotage that would stop us from doing our work. The artist is a warrior." Artist being anyone bringing something to the world that does not yet exist. And he goes on to describe the battle with the mind over sitting down in that chair and writing when we know we must write but don't want to. When a tired or distracted mind begins looking for off-ramps, as mine had clearly started doing this morning. These seemingly trivial moments, when any rational soul could argue for the validity of postponing their date with Microsoft Word, they come to matter more than ever. Because greatness is a byproduct of intentionality. If you become accustomed to breaking promises to yourself, if you leave that door cracked for exceptions here and there, it will ultimately be kicked open. And that's why I inject little reminders like that into my life, to keep that mental muscle working. For example, there can never be dishes left in my sink when I go to bed. Why? Because if I skip it once, there will always exist reasons to skip again. It's a very easy thing to not care about. Because here is the reality. Progress is a lifestyle. Growth is a lifestyle. At least if we're talking about any meaningful type of evolution. I just finished reading It Takes What It Takes by Trevor Moawad. One of those 3 to 5 hour listens on Audible, depending on how fast it's playing. It really packs a punch. And I'm going to be diving into a few of his concepts a little more in the coming weeks. But one thing he discusses that I found incredibly valuable is the illusion of choice. And what the illusion of choice highlights is that there are a set of behaviors that must be carried out to be effective. The idea of alternate routes is an illusion. There are no choices when it comes to what's necessary. We know what must be done to win. Now, knowing that is one thing. Knowing that and having to propel yourself to action when you feel like garbage is something different entirely. But that's why it's so valuable to get to that place where you can take the emotion out, remove the internal deliberation, and automate the things you know are going to help push you to be that better version of yourself. In other words, you show up for you, period, and that is a non-negotiable. That's the level we all need to get to. And I've thinking about this, drawing parallels to a lot of different aspects of my day, right? The interval training I have this afternoon. When you're exhausted, 40 minutes in, and are switching from squats to mountain climbers or whatever it is, right? Instructor makes the announcement. I don't think about anything. I don't give myself a chance to try and rationalize any weakness. I know, if this is important to me, keep that door shut. No thinking, just doing next. Simply doing what you always do, what you've signed up for, cannot be self-perceived as some monumental sacrifice. No, it's just what you do. It's neutral. Sometimes you feel like it, sometimes you don't. But you do what you do. And that puts you on track to accomplish some incredible things. And so remembering this ultimately pushed me through that studio door this morning and placed me down right in front of my mic. Sure, I had to adjust some things. Definitely picked some, mellower music. There's going to be no crescendos today or my head will explode. But this is not torture. In fact, I'm really happy with the way the episode's turning out. I would have missed out on something that I think is going to be pretty valuable in a variety of ways. But what I'm telling myself is that this is not a victory. It's certainly not defeat. It's just what I do. And so the question worth asking yourself when facing the adversity life presents, in whatever arena you are in, is, are you willing to show up for you? Can you turn that internal deliberation switch off when it comes to the necessities before you? Minimize that rationalizing that I battled with this morning. We don't need or want that. There should be no thinking, no cracked doors, no metaphorical dishes in the sink. If you decide something is important and you sign that dotted line, when it's time to execute, you act. And then you move directly onto the next. The goal is to not even negotiate with weakness. Now, that's not to say Pressfield's aforementioned war of art won't rage on as you journey to the new horizons you've set out for. But just like anything, it's an understanding that will help you focus, will help you say no to the distractions and the minutia, and continue writing your story, constructing your reality line by line and piece by piece. Mark Twain said the two most important days of your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. The first gets you into the show, and the second asks, what will you do with your time here? What will you make of this sunrise? Because we only get so many. And I think there's immense value in understanding that each and every one of us are here to leave this place better than we found it. To stand up when we could be sitting down, step out, and make something of the chaotic and often hard to understand world around us. When you realize the miracle that is your existence, when you understand the almost impossible odds of you being here, thinking, feeling, breathing in the air around you, you begin to see the value of today. Because it's not an obligation, it's a currency, the most precious of commodities. Today is your time to step into that new version of yourself, to see something more so that you can begin the process of creating something more. because the truth is, life will always be what you decide it is. If you walk up to your window, look through the blinds, and decide what you see is the finale, the final script, that's exactly what it will be. But if you see right now as a beautiful beginning, the initiation of the ride of a lifetime, a transport to the next version of you and the next and the next, then you are signing up for a world without limits. A world where you can feel what it's like to be tested and endure. To be lost but find your way. To build something meaningful out of the seemingly meaningless. That's why you're here. That's what it means to truly live. Today is your day. Your chance. Don't let it slip away from you. Don't be fooled into thinking it's less than it really is. It is your ticket to infinity. A journey that starts when you decide it does. When you look out at that vast unknown and say, I'm not going to settle for anything less than a life of adventure. I want the challenges, the turbulence, the losses, and the battles. They will bring me to a place I could never have arrived at otherwise. You get from life what you give. So give it all. Leave no path unwalked, no stone unturned. Today is the most important day of your life because it will connect the you of yesterday to the limitless you of every day that comes next. It may be that our greatest gift in life is that we're always one decision away from transformation. We're always one decision away from a new path, with new experiences, new beliefs, new identity, one decision away from a totally different life. It's almost incomprehensible that all the days leading up to now, everything we knew ourselves to be can be discarded and left with one swing of an axe, gone. What is more miraculous than that? We live at the intersection of two imaginary worlds, right? The past and the future. The past is gone and essentially meaningless. Yet as the provider of our identity, it still rules over us. Our sense of who we are comes from our collection of past memories. That imaginary world of yesterday, like the elephant tied to the chair with a rope. It hasn't realized it's strong enough to break free. It doesn't know that what confines him is not the rope, but acceptance of a lie. And that's what the past, that's what identity is, a lie. We are not yesterday, we are right now. And from the trivial things to the significant things, we get wrapped up in that lie. We overlook the gift of control we have over our future. What does it mean to say, I'm not a morning person? That in your past you hadn't conditioned yourself to wake up early? Okay. What does it mean to say, oh, I let people walk all over me? That in your past you didn't stand up for yourself? What does it mean to say I'm awkward or shy or I struggle with writing or running or public speaking? So maybe you did. But what does that have to do with right now? What does that have to do with realizing the control you have over your life? Because simply realizing you can disconnect from these narratives, that they are not you, is the superpower. Realizing that calling yourself a bad student because you failed a test is like never taking off your raincoat because it rained yesterday. It's like, no, the sun is out, adapt. And once you realize right now is the beginning of the rest of your life, you can start making little changes. Identify not who you were, but who you'd love to be, and move towards it. Read The Power of Habit and Atomic Habits so that you can understand change isn't crazy or big or scary. It's moving little things in your life around so that they work for you, not against you. start waking up and thinking about not what has happened, but what can happen, not what can go wrong, but what can go right, you are always one decision away from a totally different life, because you're always one decision away from change, from walking away from the narratives that you have accepted. And so remember that. But remember it not just when things are fine. Remember it when you're struggling, when you feel restless or uneasy, unsure, uninspired, sad, angry, not content with the reflection in the mirror. When you feel that negativity, you're not looking at what can be, you're looking at what you have been. And there's no room at the table for that distraction. Not when you can reach out and start building something new. Not when you can put on a new pair of shoes and walk down a different path. You are always one decision away from a totally different life. And that decision should be first and foremost to choose future over past. Your next step over the last one. Choose your ideal world and start building.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wonderful to have so many of you here from so many parts of the world. Tell us, where are you in the world? I'm always fascinated in where people are coming from. We are about to embark on the Investor Roadmap. It is the last of our events for 2020. What year are we in? 2023. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Also, just let me know if the fan is too loud. It is the most magnificent day here in Knysna, South Africa. But it is super hot. So I've got two fans on. So if you can hear the background noise, let me know. It's always useful just to get some. So I can see we've got Kimberley, we've got Cape Town. Where else is everyone else coming from? Joburg, Johannesburg. Sure, lots from Joburg. Polokwane, Durban, Moy River. Sure, lots from Durban, McGregor. Okay. Well, welcome. Gaborone, Swaziland. Lots from Joburg. Sure, lots from South Africa. Interesting. Always fascinating when you do time zones where people come from. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to embark on a journey. And it's going to be an exciting journey. It's one that I enjoy a lot sharing. And what we're going to be doing is, if I share my screen here, you should be able to see, we basically are going to be going on a journey. My partner Shane set me a challenge a while back, and he said, listen, Scott, you know, at the end of the day, investing overseas, building globally diversified passive income, it feels like a massive mountain. It feels like a mountain that's too difficult to climb for most people. And as we get to the end of 2023, I'm sure there's many people that will be going, I wanted to do this in 2023. In fact, I wanted to do it in 2022. In fact, I wanted to do it in 2021. In fact, I probably wanted to do it for the last 10 years, 20 years, maybe 30 years plus. And so what Shane did is he said, well, why don't we just systemize it? Why don't we just, you know, put it into a simple 9-step process so that we can take people from A to B. And so I'm going to explain more about it today, but this is the journey we're about to embark on. It's our 9-step process. We call it the Investor Roadmap, and we literally take you from, you know, starting out to earning globally diversified passive income. That's the process over the next 4 hours in terms of where we're going. The next thing that I wanted to share with you is that we do have a WhatsApp group. I'd recommend that you join this WhatsApp group. All you do is you take your cell phone and you literally hold it over the QR code and it'll open it up for you. And it's the place that we, you know, we'll share resources, we'll communicate, we'll let you know about things. So it's worth joining the group. Don't worry, it's a one-directional group, so it's not going to be spammed with lots of other information. You won't be getting Christmas cards and everything on behalf. And obviously, you can leave anytime you want. But it is the way that we follow up and communicate with people, particularly if you're watching the recording. It's very important to be on that group because we you know, that's where we post the links to valuable resources, etc. So we live in some very interesting times. You know, no matter where you live in the world, whether it's England or Australia or America or India or China or South Africa, We live in very interesting times, tumultuous times, some would say. And there's many, many reasons for that. And we're going to go into a couple of those details today. But what isn't really important is that, our mindset is going to determine a lot of our results. And so what's really interesting to me is that, I've got a thing called a wealth code, and I'll share it with you later if you're interested. If you are, just type in their wealth code. And there's effectively 12 rules to wealth that I created many years ago, and I put into my wealth code. And one of them is that opportunity equals chaos. And so I've been investing now 28 years, and having been doing it for quite a long time, I've learned that often when there's tough times, there's massive opportunity. When I look back at 2008, 2009, when the world was crashing all over the place, I tried to take advantage. I actually didn't take nearly as much advantage as I wanted to. And I really wish I'd taken more advantage, because the deals that were on the table in 2008, 2009, today look incredible. But at the time, everyone had fear, including me. And, it really was a time that I keep reminding myself that whenever there's chaos, and obviously subsequently we've had COVID, and now we've got a whole bunch of challenges around inflation and interest rates, and the Israeli conflict and the Ukraine conflict, and we could go on and on and on. And yet I look at it and I go, okay, well, is it going to be like 2009? Am I prepared? Have I got my stuff in order? Because I can't remember exactly what rule it is on the wealth code, but one of them is opportunity equals chaos. And so for me, that's why I have that little wealth code. And I'll just show it to you quickly. If you don't mind, the whole value in this event is just to be very interactive. So I actually want to share it with you. Here's my little wealth code, and I actually keep it in my wallet. So here's my wallet. I just get my wallet out, and it's actually interesting, because if I look through it here, I won't bore you with all the details yet. I will share it later. It's actually number 10. Chaos is your best friend. In chaos, there is opportunity. So there's the wealth code. If you want a wealth code, I'll find, towards the end, I'll share a way for you to get access to the wealth code. Okay, let's rock and roll in terms of where we're at. I'm super excited about today. So I've got a question, and I like to think the questions get you in the room. So I want you to just take some time, and I want you to ponder, what would it mean to you in 12 months or less to be earning a passive income without any hassle or complexity? So people say, well, what is a passive income? Well, an active income is where you're working. So what I'm doing right now, I'm working, or, I love what I'm doing, so I'm not really working. But the point being is that if you're doing something active, and you're making money, that's called active income. Passive income is where you sleep. As Warren Buffett says, if you learn how to make money while you sleep, then, ultimately you'll be free. But if you don't learn how to make money while you sleep, you'll work for the rest of your life. So just take a moment and say, 12 months from now or less, what would it mean to me if I was earning a passive income without any hassle or complexity? Whether you want to answer in the chat group, or whether you want to just, think about it yourself, I don't really mind. But what I do want you to do is just take 30 seconds. And while you do that, I'm going to get a drink of water. I've been doing lots of this today because it's seriously hot here. Cheryl's saying more time to do what I want, financial freedom. Mona saying freedom. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Ridwana is saying some freedom to do what I love, definitely. Yeah. So I'm glad that people are starting to really internalize this. And by the way, I haven't, hello, welcome, location free. What I'm going to do today very consciously is that I've got a lot of information to share, but I do slow down at the important parts, because I'm a fundamental believer that if you're just sitting here trying to absorb information, but not actually internalizing the stuff that I'm teaching, it's going to change nothing. So what about the second question? How would you like a system which will statistically help you get there 70% faster, safer, and simpler? So at this point, people say, oh, but it sounds too good to be true. And is this a get-rich-quick scheme and all that? It's none of the above. What I'm about to share with you has taken me and many others 10 years plus. So there's no such thing as a get-rich-quick scheme. But if you've got a system to follow, it's a far better solution than trying to do it all on your own. I always use the analogy, if your grandmother was very good at baking a nice cake, and if your grandmother gave you the recipe, even if you're a complete idiot and don't know how to cook, there's a good chance you'll get that recipe about 70% right if you follow the recipe, follow the system. But if you try and bake a cake from scratch on your own, can we agree that there's a good chance it'll be a complete and utter disaster? Now, don't get me wrong, it probably won't be as good as your grandmother's, because that's taken 20, 30, 40, 50 years worth of experience. But we can agree by working with your grandmother's system, you're going to get somewhere a lot quicker in terms of what you're trying to achieve. And in my opinion, safer and simpler. Does that make sense? Okay. So how do I think we can do this? Well, we've all got technology, smartphones, smart watches, smart laptops, smart TVs, smart, fridges. Why don't we use technology to help us do smart investing? And we call it living a life unlimited. So we basically believe very strongly in living a life where you get to make the choices. People talk a lot about freedom, but what is freedom? Freedom means a lot of different things to different people. We believe that it should be freedom of choice, living a life unlimited, where you get to choose what you want in life. And how do we think you can do that? Through smart investing, through using technology to invest safely and simply. So this is the roadmap that we're going on. And as you can see, that there's three core areas to this. So at the bottom, we've got the fundamentals. And, then we go to the setup, and then we go to the investing. Now, before we get started, I wanted to share with you a guide. My partner Shane has put this together, which is a resources guide. And I'm sure you'll chuck it in the chat link. If you're watching the recording, just go to that link, Investor Roadmap Workshop Resources. And what I wanted to share with you here, as I said, I'm going to be bouncing around lots today. But here are your resources. Okay. And I think it's very, very cool because, you've come along to this. It's a free event. And yet we're going to leave you with a whole bunch of value. You're donating or investing your time, and we want to give you a hell of a lot of value for your time. So you've got a resource guide, and everything that we're going to be sharing today through the 9 steps is actually in that resource guide. So, if you think that's pretty cool, this is the point of I was in a live room. I go, hey, are you happy about that? Nothing worse than going to events and not knowing where to get stuff, etc. So you're going to leave today with a hell of a lot of resources in terms of this process, but that's where the resources guide is. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the challenge. So it's a concept that we started this year. I used to do them live. So I used to do them physically in a room. I used to travel all over the world. I've spoken in many big cities all over the world. And we've taken that workshop, that live workshop, and we've turned it into a digital challenge. And what's important on a digital challenge is that people's attention span when they're online with Zoom and whatever else, Facebook, they can't sit for 2 days. When you're in a room, you can sit for 2 days. I've done many events that are 5-10 days long. But the point being is that you can keep the crowd engaged. You can use music. You can get people going. You can keep them engaged. Much harder in the digital environment. So what's become very popular is challenges. And with a challenge, you give chunks of information for about 2 hours a day. And then you also have exercises, homework, call it whatever you like. Because remember when you went to school, it's copying the same methodology that you had at school and at university, where you learned some information, then you went home and you did an exercise, you took action. And then you went back the next day and you learned some more information. And then you went home and you took action. And you came back the next day and you learned some more information, then you took action. But what's brilliant is by the end of the week, you haven't just learned, you've actually taken action, and you literally walk away with a plan. So just like at school, you've learned and you've done the homework so that literally you can write the test and pass. Well, it's exactly the same with the challenge. So it's a 5-day challenge. And what we do over those challenges, what our mission is to turn money into globally diversified passive income. So that's our objective, to turn money into globally diversified passive income. And what we do over the 5 days is we literally in day 1, we understand diversification. Why is it the most powerful tool used by wealthy investors when it comes to investment? Why? So we go through 10 of the most respected investors in the world. What is their thoughts around diversification? And more importantly, how do you do it? Then you go into types. Oh, and by the way, we also go into their results. What are the results over the last 20, 30, 40 years using diversification and the impact? Everyone from Ray Dalio to Warren Buffett to Robert Kiyosaki, we go, Tony Robbins, we go through all of them. Day 2 is the types of investments. What are the different asset classes and risk? So how do you understand all the different asset classes? What are the different risks? And how do you actually invest? Day 3 is about building a diversified portfolio. So asset allocation actually equals 85% of your total return. Day 4 is risk. So if you do anything with regards to investment, risk becomes a very important part of this equation. And so, how do you manage your risk? And day 5 is about putting it all in practice. You might have noticed a pattern already this morning. I'm not interested in the theory. I'm only interested in the results. Okay, so let me repeat that. I'm not interested in the theory. I'm only interested in the results. And so that's what you're dealing with. If you are interested, you can literally go to that link, diversificationchallenge.com. I'm sure Shane again will put it up, or if you're watching the recording, just go to it. And what's interesting is that if you go to that link, there'll be much, much more detail about it. So if I go here, you can literally see what it's all about. You can see who it's for. You can see the breakdown of what you get every single day. Day 1, day 2, we've got a lot of guests that come along. I bring guests along that, because I believe a lot in learning from the best people in the world. I don't think there's any point in learning from a Harvard professor. I do think there's a hell of a lot of value in learning from people that are actually doing it. Day 4, risk management, putting it in practice, and then literally everything you'll get, what it's all about, testimonials, et cetera, et cetera. I love this one. What you'll be like before the challenge, what you'll be like after the challenge, and then sort of just a whole bunch of gifts that we give you. Now, I used to charge a couple of $1,000s for this challenge. When we had to go, fly overseas and book out hotels and everything else. We now offer the challenge for free. So you literally go along to that link and you can sign up for the challenge. And you say to yourself, well, I'm here at IRW. Why would I want to join the challenge? Well, you're going to learn stuff today in 4 hours where literally we're trying to go, and teach you. But this is where we go to the next level in terms of depth. And you can see here, the first date we're doing it is in January. So it's actually starting in the second week of January. We're literally doing that. Go away, have a nice festive season, come back and rock and roll into 2024. And then we've got another one coming up in February's time. We've done them at 2 different time zones so that people around the world can benefit in terms of where they're at. So hopefully that helps basically. Now, I want to tell you about a little competition. So as you might have realized, I love engagement. I love to have a bit of fun in terms of this process. And so I find it really interesting. Tomorrow we embark on Black Friday. And I did a little bit of research, and last year, $9 billion was spent on Black Friday. Now, I think that was just in America from the research that I could do. So I actually don't even know how much was spent all around the world, but it's a hell of a lot of money. And people are going to buy things that in a year's time, they won't even remember, literally cars, and not so much cars, but watches and TVs and shoes and clothes and, whatever. And it just sort of makes no real sense to me because people get caught up in this mania and they think they're getting big discounts. And again, they buy stuff they don't need. And in a year's time, they don't even remember what it is. So I went and did a bit of research and I said, well, what is the color of freedom? Because I don't actually know why Black Friday is the, Black Friday. I know it all started with regards to the holidays in America, Thanksgiving and that. So I went and researched and I'm interested. Does anyone here know what the color of freedom is? Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't realized, I'm going to be engaging your brain all morning, all afternoon, wherever you're watching, whatever your time zone. So Diana, you said blue. Blue. Well done for everyone. Ridwana, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Nordic, Celeste, Cheryl, Tabo, must be white. Hella, blue. So it's interesting. Tabo, you're not wrong, actually. So I did some research on it, and overwhelmingly it came up as blue, but the other color that came up was white as well, in terms of that process. So here's the research. Across all cultures, histories, and individuals, blue is the color most associated with freedom. Color theory suggests that the color blue represents both calmness and confidence. It signifies openness and endless possibilities, which often translates to a feeling of freedom. So it's interesting today. I didn't know what people were going to put up in terms of passive income and what it would mean to them. But I agree. I think the word that probably, if you can sum it up in one word, it's freedom. And so, okay, thanks so much. And so, yeah, I'm pretty excited. As a team, we thought we'd have a bit of fun. And while everyone's going to waste their money on Black Friday, we thought, why not do something on Blue Thursday? And it's all about freedom. And you know what I love is I'm going to share with you ways today where you can give yourself a gift, or maybe you can give others a gift where, but it's the gift that will keep on giving. If you make an investment in yourself, or if you make an investment in a property and it's paying you a passive income, then, it's a gift that keeps on giving. So in my world, Blue Thursday is the gift that will keep on giving. In a year, you'll be so excited and so grateful to yourself for taking action and doing something. And Black Friday, you won't even remember what you bought. In fact, you'll be getting excited for next Black Friday to buy something new. Does that make sense? Just tell me in the chat box if that makes sense. Because that's my sort of intuition of the difference between a spendthrift that's just going to waste money tomorrow on something that you don't need because it's got a discount, or actually you're investing in something you do need. And the greatest investment you can ever make is in yourself. And again, congratulations just for being here, because you're already investing in yourself, but you're giving yourself a gift that will continue giving forever, in my opinion. So as part of our little competition, I'm going to share with you later an opportunity, but we're going to give away a prize at the end, and it's going to include a VIP upgrade at the challenge. I'll explain what that means later. It's going to include a Wealth Starter Pack Lite. It's going to include priority onboarding service so that you can literally be an investor and you can start investing. I'm going to show you today how to do that. And it's going to include, I'm going to do a VIP after this event where you can literally come along and ask me any questions. You're going to get all of that. And it's going to be a prize that's going to go out to someone who's here today that engages the most. So my partner Shane is the judge, and what he does is he looks around, he sees what people post, whether it's on in the chat box, or if you use the hashtag diversification, whatever it is, we will look around and see, and then Shane will ultimately choose the winner. So yes, we are blatantly bribing people for engagement in terms of that process. So I want to start with a story. And if you don't mind, it's at this part of the presentation that I like to take my jacket off, because I've stood here and, to some extent, I don't have the tie on or whatever, but I've, dressed with a jacket, and, I've represented the financial industry so far. But I don't believe that's what it should be about. I fundamentally believe, with your permission, and I'm asking for your permission, can I take off my jacket? Because I want to have a bit of fun today. And I think that the financial industry has specifically made this whole space of investing and wealth and finances very overwhelming for most people. And because of that, they dress in a special way. They speak a language that no one understands. They make you feel inferior. And for that reason, you give your money to them, and they charge you lots of fees. So are you happy? I can see there's lots of people saying yes. So thank you. So you can see that I'm a little bit more relaxed. I can tell stories now, have fun. We can make this an engaging session. And most importantly, you too can get as much value as you want from this. So let's start with a story. It was 2001, and a friend of mine, or a group of friends of us, had made ourselves a challenge to climb Kilimanjaro. Now, Kilimanjaro is the tallest mountain in the world. And sorry, just 2 seconds. I just want to send someone a message. So Kilimanjaro is the tallest mountain in the world. Sorry, not in the world. I'm lying. Everest is the tallest mountain in the world. It's the tallest mountain in Africa. And that's it there. So the thing that's interesting with it is Everest is sort of in the Himalayas, and it's a very tall mountain, but it's amongst lots of other mountains. Whereas Kilimanjaro is literally this mountain that just sticks up out of the plains of Africa. And you actually go from sea level all the way up to the highest mountain in Africa. And it's an incredible ascent in terms of this process. So this is us basically, setting off on, on day one. And you can see that it's the 12th of October. Just by the way, if you can do the maths, there's lots of wind. If you can do the maths, then, it was literally a month after September the 11th. So everyone was already on heightened, concern, and, even flying there, we were like, oh my word, we might die. And it's, you're not being ridiculous. Like a couple of people die every year climbing Kilimanjaro. So it's not common, but people do die. And so you basically are, you got your jitters. So there's all smiles at the bottom of the mountain, but we're nervous. This is us, I think, on day 3, the morning of day 3. We're about 3,500 meters high. And now it's starting to get real. Now you can see that the vegetation has started to, there's not so much vegetation. You've literally walked out of the forest, and you can start seeing we're actually above the cloud cover. This is us on day 4, the morning of day 4. And now we're starting to get higher up, and you can see the snow and everything else. And, this is where, this is starting to become more and more real in terms of this process. This is us on the lunch at day 4. I often joke with people, this was the last time that you saw smiles. But one of the things that's most incredible is you can see here, you can see the circumference of the earth. And there's quite a good metaphor here that I keep reminding myself of, is if you like me, you always look up. You always go, hey, there's a higher mountain to climb. There's further to go. There's more success I can achieve. There's more goals that I want to achieve. And I'm always looking up. But sometimes it's worth just stopping and looking down and looking how much progress you made and how far you've come in terms of, that whole process. And it was one of these moments, and I often remember this moment visually for myself, because although it was really hard, this walk, at this point you look back and you can see the circumference of the world, and you realize how high you've actually come in this entire process. This is us at lunch on day 4, still smiles, and this is Chifu. So this was our guide, and again, we could have walked this mountain on our own, and none of us had ever done it before. We had no experience. We could have fumbled our way up and got lost and everything else, but we didn't. We had a guide. We had a guide that took us up, and by the way, actually took us down. And what I mean by down is you have to go up and down. If you're climbing a mountain, it's one of these things, and you actually have to go down to descent to acclimatize, because you run out of oxygen. And it's really hard because you just want to walk up to the top. You don't want to go down, but you have to trust your guide. And his job every day was just to get us to the next camp. So there were, it took us 5 days. There were 5 camps along the way. So although we wanted to get to the top of the mountain, that wasn't the focus. The focus each day was to get to camp. And our guide was excellent in terms of helping us manage that entire journey. But after lunch on day 4, things started to go pretty pear-shaped. My mate got altitude sickness, my Australian friend, and everyone started to really, really get fatigued because there was a lack of oxygen up there. This is us starting to walk, and I know this video this morning wasn't working properly.
Talk to the camera, boys. 100 meters from base camp. 100 meters from base camp. How do we all feel?
Scott, I can play that video for you if you want to.
This isn't working. Dan, please make a note. We need to fix this. But basically, we're walking like this because we got no oxygen. Now, I was the fittest person in our group. I was playing semi-professional rugby at the time, and so I was sort of trying to cheer them on and even sing songs and stuff. But by now, I was starting to take real strain as well in this process. And then we basically get to base camp, and that's base camp there. And this is where you sleep the night before you ascend the mountain. And so when you ascend, I can't remember exactly where we go, but it's somewhere up here. And then you go up the mountain around the side and then sort of over the top there. I hope you can see my mouse. So anyway, so you sleep here, and trust me, you don't get much sleep. You quite frankly, you're scared. People die when they go up this mountain. And, you're trying to sleep. It's freezing. Our water bottles actually froze, just to give you perspective of how cold it was. and you can't sleep, basically. You're too nervous. And so 1 a.m. in the morning, we get woken up by Chifu, and it's time to go. And you set off at 1 o'clock in the morning with your headlamp on, and off you walk up this mountain into the darkness. And what was really interesting, in the darkness, we had this moment where, you know, the sun was just starting to rise, and it was the most beautiful morning. And you know, we've been walking for a couple of hours already, and it was incredible. And then suddenly, you know, chaos ensued. My mate Adrian like fell down and literally rolled down the mountain, I don't know, 3 or 4 meters. And you know, we were all like, what the hell's going on? And Chifu came to me and he said, listen, Scott, no matter what, like, your friend cannot go up this mountain. He will die. And it was a tough one because I'm a big believer in teams and working together and everything in between. And our goal was to get to the top of the mountain and never leave a man behind. But he said to me, don't worry, Scott, I've you know, thought about this, and you know, I brought an extra guide along. I thought this was going to happen. You're going to learn today about, you know, that's why if you're dealing with someone, that a partner that's done this before, they can anticipate what might go wrong. And he literally was like, you know, I've brought this guide along. He'll take, call the Sherpa. We'll take your friend down. He'll be safe. His humility his ego will have taken a bit of a hiding, but other than that, he'll be fine. So you guys, we're going to push on. You're going to come with me. We're going to get to the top of this mountain, but your friend is going to go down. So anyway, based on that, we made a decision to leave him with the guide, and he was taken down, and we proceeded on. And up near towards the top, you know, the glaciers are there, and it's pretty amazing in terms of this whole process. And again, this video is not going to work, I don't think. It's a pity. If you want me to, I'll put the videos in the WhatsApp group.
But do you want me to play them quickly for you?
50 meters from the top.
Don't worry, Shane. I think we can just put them in the WhatsApp group.
Cool.
So this video, we were about 100 meters from the top, and you know, really now, I mean, I've run 3 comrades as well. By now, this is one of the hardest things I've ever done. Like, you literally, because you've got no oxygen, you know, to do 100 meters, you were doing it, I can't remember, but you were doing it in you know, half an hour or something ridiculous. And you know, what was interesting is that we made it. You know, when you get clear on a goal and you make sure you got the right support team and you got the right guide and everything in between, you know, we got. And that's a picture of us at the top of Kilimanjaro. And you know, the only funny thing of this whole story was that my friend Adrian was an Australian. So whenever Australia ever beats us at sport, we send him this picture, which is a good way to keep an Australian quiet, and has been for 20 plus years. So anyway, why do I tell you that story? And I tell you it in quite a bit of detail. The reason being is because we're going on a journey. We're embarking on a journey today, and you have a goal. And if you don't have a goal, then you know, then we have a bigger problem. But your goal, in my mind, is to build passive income, or at least, you know, at least passive income, and ideally globally diversified passive income. Okay, so that's the goal. That's the top of Kilimanjaro. And for some people, Kilimanjaro feels a hell of a long way away. Some people, you're already halfway up the mountain. You're like, cool, I got lots of investments. I'm a sophisticated investor, but now I want globally diversified passive income. How do I actually do it? And so I use this story on purpose because it's the metaphor I'm going to use all the way through this workshop today. And to be honest, if you continue a journey with me, it's really a metaphor I use all the way through, because there's never a destination to your wealth journey. We're on a journey. And what I've learned in life is that you can go out there and you can do everything yourself. You know, I'm going to stop sharing quickly. You know, you can do what I did, okay, which is when you go out and you read all the books. You know, literally, I've just got a few of them here. You know, whether it's Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Think and Grow Rich, Awaken the Giant Within, Real Estate Riches, you name them, books and books and books. I've done all the courses. I've done Hanaustralia, I've done Kurt Kitsi, I've done CRS, which is Certified Residential Specialist in America, the top course you can do in residential property in America. I've done PDP in South Africa, which is Property Development Program, which is the top property course you can do in South Africa out of the business school. I've done AIPP, the Association of International Property Professionals out of England, the top one out of England. I have an honors degree cum laude. I have a master's degree cum laude. I don't tell you all of this to boast. I tell you all of this to tell you the ridiculous, insane stupidity that I went through over 14 years, where I thought I had to learn it all. I thought I had to do it all by myself. I thought I had to go get all the knowledge. I thought I had to go buy houses on my own and do it all on my own. And then I started to realize, well, there's a much easier and better way. And today I'm going to share with you that easier and better way that I've experienced now over the last more than a decade. Because trust me, there's two ways of doing this. There's only two ways of doing this. There's do it all on your own and hassle and stress and everything in between. And then there's work with others and partner with people. And I can promise you that they're a hell of a lot easier. And why I use the story of Kilimanjaro is most of us can picture that if you were going to walk the tallest mountain in Africa and you just tried to do it all on your own, the chances of you getting to the top are very, very limited. And honestly, you could die. And it's not too dissimilar for your wealth. Okay, because if you try to do it all on your own, the chances of failure, statistically, and I'm going to talk about this just now, are 99%. 99 out of 100 people will fail statistically. And yet, when we climbed Kilimanjaro, we had Chifu, and Chifu took us to the top. And he not only, helped us on the course that was planned, but he also helped us when there were problems. And can we agree that over the next 10, 20, 30 years of your investment, things are going to go wrong? Yes or no? Because if you think everything's going to go 100% according to plan, you've never invested before. And if I was sitting here saying that everything was going to go according to plan, I'd either be lying, cheating, or stealing because it's impossible. No investment works 100% over time, not one. Like things happen, just like with Chifu and my friend falling over. But what you want is you want a partner. You want someone who's been there before and can anticipate the problems and can help you get through it. So I can see that a lot of people are resonating. So just remember that story of climbing the mountain. So this is the journey we're going on. And like I said to you, we've got the fundamentals at the bottom. And that's all about the why. Then we've got the what. It's about the setup. And then you finally got the how. Now, most of you are often in the wrong way around. You're like, how do I do this? What do I do? How do I make money? What do I do? How do I get passive income? What do I do? How do I diversify? What do I do? And it's the wrong way around. You have to start with why, then you go to what, and then you go to how. And that's what we're going to take you on this journey today. So at the end of today, I want to share with you something which we've put together. And quite frankly, it's a bit of a finger up, if you want to call it, or whatever, to Black Friday, because I'm sick and tired of watching people waste money. And so we decided to create an action bundle. We're nearly at the end of 2023. And I've learned that the differentiator between people, when I've helped now people for 24 years, I've been doing it myself for 28 years, but I've helped people for 24 years. And what I found interesting is that there's only three things that you need. Three things. You need the right information, you need the right partners, and you need to take action. Let me repeat that. The right information, the right partners, and you need to take action. If you don't have any one of those three, you're going to fall over. And so I'm going to share with you a lot today, information and partners and all that sort of stuff. But if you don't take action, nothing's going to change in 2024, I guarantee it. So what we've done is we've literally put together a no-brainer where we've created an action bundle, and what someone's going to get at, when they invest in themselves as part of the action bundle, they're not only going to get access to the diversification challenge and come and join live, but they're also going to get able to come to the VIP room, which I charge $1,000 an hour for coaching. It's where you'll come into an environment afterwards. You'll be in a room with me. I will be able to give you group coaching, one-on-one coaching. I'll be able to answer any questions you got. I'll be able to remove any blockages you got. And every single day, imagine it's like being able to have extra lessons from your maths teacher. You sat at school and your maths teacher taught you the theory, and then you went home and you went to your parents, you tried to do the homework on your own, and you were like a little bit befuddled. And if you're a parent, you know what I'm talking about, because the parents are a bit befuddled. They don't know what to do. But if you've got a maths tutor, it makes life a hell of a lot easier. And that's what our VIP room is about. It's to hold your hand to help you get results. Then it's the starter pack. I'm all about action. That's all I care about. So, we can learn the theory, but this is actually a starter pack. It's money in a wallet so that you can get going. You can start investing in deals. and it's priority onboarding, so that you can literally, by the time we're even doing the challenge, you're already on the platform and have the ability to invest. And by the way, you're going to watch me invest today, and I want you to have that exact same experience in the next 60 days. And then finally, the investor priority service. I don't know about you, but I don't like waiting in queues. So, if I'm, at a bank, I don't want to be retail banking. I want to be, private banking, so that I can get straight to the front of the queue. When I'm in an airport, I don't like, standing in long queues. I like the priority service. So, the action bundle is for someone that, wants to get access to me and the team and be able to get the knowledge quickly, safely, and simply. The starter pack, so they can literally start investing, and priority onboarding, so they can get it. So we've made it literally a no-brainer in terms of that process. What is the VIP experience all about? Well, when we do the challenge in either January or in February, you'll get a free pass to it, and literally you'll get live backstage. So you'll be able to come back with me. We'll work together. And I know for a fact that from the previous challenges I've done, this is where people get the most results. It's not even, it's not a debate. It's not a question. When people pay, they pay attention. And so it just is the differentiator between people that are unsuccessful and people that are successful, are the people that actually take action and come and get results. Plus they'll get the replays. So one of the things that's really interesting for me is that you learn about stuff, but often you want to go back and watch the recordings. You'll get all the replays. And then finally, you'll get lifetime access to all the trainings, which are part of that challenge. And, again, often you want to go back and watch the stuff over and over again. So that's what the VIP experience is all about. The starter pack light, well, you not only got access to the resources that we've got within the Wealth University, and I'll explain this all later to you, but you've also got a $10 voucher to be able to get started. And, we're going to talk a lot about this today, but to be successful, you need to have commitment, you need confidence, you need clarity, and then you're going to get success. And so we've literally created the system for you, so that you can make the commitment, you've got the confidence, you get the clarity, and you can get the success in terms of that process. So let's start a bit with mindset. And most of you are here today because you want results. You're sitting here, you want results. But what's happening below the iceberg is all the other stuff, the habits, the emotions, the values, the thinking, the assumptions, the bias. Some of you will be going, oh, but Scott, this is not a motivational speech. I came here to learn how to invest or diversify internationally. And I'm like, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And we will get into the nuts and bolts, but it all starts with the mindset. It all starts with the thinking. It all starts with the assumptions and the bias, which is why I'm very, very consciously spending time on this at the beginning. The second thing is that no matter where you live in the world, most people at the moment find themselves in an away state. They're withdrawn, they're fearful, their inability to make good choices, they're demotivated, they're procrastinating, they're analysis paralysis. They're like, I want to do something, but I don't know what to do. So I do nothing, and year after year, nothing changes. And what we need to do is make sure you're in a toward state. Happy, ability to think clearly, creative, see new opportunities. And how do you do that? Well, my belief is that the way to be in a toward state is that you do two things. The one is that you make sure you're in a like-minded community. You make sure you're in a group of people that are all going in the same direction, that are motivated and are pulling each other, in a toward mindset. And the second is you get very clear on your outcomes. Most people, 95% of people, are caught up in their problems and their drama, and it gets you nowhere. It's low quality thinking. Oh, I don't have enough money. Oh, interest rates up. Oh, inflation rates up. Oh, what am I going to do? Get very clear on the outcome. What do you want to achieve? And once you're clear on the outcome, then you brainstorm an action. It's called high quality thinking, top-down approach. So, something that I learned, I'm a qualified international accredited coach, and something I learned is that, in the old days, I used to understand your problem and tell you what to do, and it doesn't work. So what I do now is I prefer to ask questions and let you come up with the solutions, because when they're your solutions, you're going to be much, much more committed to the solution. And just something to be aware of, according to Harvard, 3 months from now, if you've done nothing, so you've attended this, well done, pat on the back, but 3 months from now, you do nothing else, you won't even retain 10% of what we talk about. So 2024, nothing will change. I virtually guarantee it. Nothing will change for you in 2024. If you join a community, you're going to be somewhere between 32 to kind of 65%. And if you actually take action and really get involved, then you're going to be much closer to 95%. So again, it's not my opinion. These are the statistics according to Harvard. Just by listening and learning today, 3 months from now, it'll be irrelevant for you unless you actually do something. And that's why I say you need the right information, you need the right partners, and you have to take action. This is the journey you're going to go on today. And not just today, but over the next couple of weeks, months, and years, if we work together. You're going to go through unconscious incompetence, which is where you don't even know what you don't know. By the end of today, you'll probably be consciously incompetent. You'll be like, wow, there's a huge amount that I didn't know that I now know that I don't know. Over time, our job is to get you consciously competent. We want you to learn about the language of investing and how, what is the difference between a structured note, multifamily, and industrial asset class, private equity, and venture capital as an example. And ultimately, you want to get to unconscious competence in terms of this overall process. So if you're feeling overwhelmed and you think, wow, this is so much stuff and I don't know what to do, please just understand it's a journey. Every single one of us has been on this journey. And by the way, if you're experienced and you're sophisticated, you'll know this journey never ends. Okay, like the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know. So unfortunately, there's no finish line. So I want to tell you a story, and then I'm going to ask you guys a couple of questions. So my dream was to meet Richard Branson. I love Richard Branson. I've read all his books. I've got his books here. Where's his book here? All his books, and I've read everything about him. I've studied the man. I think he's one of the most incredible humans on the planet. I know some people hate him. I love him. And the reason being is that when I look at someone that epitomizes success, what more could you want? He's got a happy wife. They got 2 great kids. They have built 400 businesses, of which 8 of them have become billion-dollar businesses in different sectors. He's done incredible stuff, flown hot air balloons, had lots of fun, done all these incredible adventures. He's had a massive impact on the planet, from a purpose and charity perspective, more than most people actually. Formed the Elders with Nelson Mandela and all of them. He's created a space company to go to space. I mean, what more do you want? He lives on a private island in the middle of the Caribbean. Like what more do you want? He's got everything. My mother always taught me you can't have everything. You can have money or divorce. You can, it's always binary. You have this or that. And like for me, Richard Branson was the guy to go, well, Mom, no, sorry, you're wrong. You really can have the helicopter and help the little children and, live in a lovely place. And so my point of my story was, I was like, wow, this guy's incredible. I really want to meet him. So one of my goals when I was younger was to meet him. And I went to an event in Sandton in Johannesburg, and there were about 2,000 people there, and I got to see him live, and I was like in awe. I got to meet him. When I say meet him, I stood next to him having a photo. So I barely got to meet him. And then a couple of years later, one of my mentors, I paid $25,000 to do a mastermind program with a guy called Roger Hamilton. And he sent a picture of him on Necker Island with Richard Branson. I was like, what the hell? You can actually go to Necker Island? And so anyway, I got hold of Roger and I said, how did you do that? And he said, no, well, you've got to join this other mastermind. It's called Mavericks in America. And it's quite difficult to get in. But once you get in, you can then be put on the waiting list to be selected to go to Necker Island. And 25 incredible entrepreneurs get invited to be with Richard Branson for a week. But you've got to have a purpose. You've got to have a bigger picture as to why you're here on the planet. It's not just about making money. And so I did that. And in 2015, I managed to get to Necker Island. So this was me with Richard Branson on Necker Island. We were about to go kite surfing. He was 65. I was about 38, 39. And he actually beat me kite surfing around his island. It was, a pretty surreal experience. The reason for the point of my story is that you can see I'm wearing a T-shirt called Wealth Hackers. And one of the tasks that we've set, in fact, there was only one homework task for this week. So not only did you have Richard Branson, and I got to spend the entire week with the guy, breakfast, lunch, dinner, doing all these fun activities. It was like going on holiday for a week with your mate. And I got to ask him every question I've ever wanted to know from him. Just by the way, if you're interested in all of the lessons I learned, just put in there Branson, and we'll post on the WhatsApp channel a playlist of all the lessons, because I did a video every day on all the lessons I learned from Richard Branson when I met him personally. And the point of my story was the only homework we had was we had to come with a life hack. So there were 24 other incredible entrepreneurs. I mean, the one guy had sold his business for $800 million. And I mean, it was just, I mean, I was the dumbest, poorest guy in the room by a long way. And anyway, we had this life hack, and we all had to teach each other like one life skill that could be, you know, that it made life easier. Like, what is hacking? It's easier to get somewhere. And it was amazing because we, you know, all 25 of us, including Richard, shared our life hack. And it was amazing because I learned like 25 new things on how to make life easier to get results. And it was actually my partner, Shane, that said to me, well, why don't we call our community Wealth Hackers? Because what are we all doing? We're wanting to hack our way to wealth. We can do it all on our own, or we can do it together. And I've always done that. I've always tried to put myself in the room where I'm the dumbest, poorest person. You know, and if I can be around Richard Branson, there's only one way I can go. I can only go up. If I'm in a room with 24 other incredible people, I can only go up. And so that's why I proudly wear the shirt, Wealth Hackers, because I believe that we are all wealth hackers. And it certainly encapsulates what I've been doing for the last 28 years, which is trying to hack my way there. And, you know, literally, you know, because I can do it all on my own. It just seems ridiculous when I can learn from other people and get there a lot quicker in terms of. One last thing that I'll share with you right at the end, if you are interested, I do have an elite mastermind where people, you know, for a long time, people ask me, Scott, can I work with you? Can you coach me personally? Can you hold me accountable personally? And I always said for, you know, 20 plus years, no, I can't. Something we launched about just over a year ago was I went and did an elite coaching course. Took me over 150 hours to do it. I've personally been part of Mastermind since 2011, and they're the way that I've moved and got the most progress. By the way, in a Mastermind, you will achieve results 5 times, statistically, 5 times quicker, simpler, and safer. And so we created our own Mastermind so that, you know, for people that qualify, I will work with them one-to-one. We've got a family office that works with them one-to-one so that they literally create a personalized plan for their wealth, a full personalized diversified strategy with tax and structuring and everything in between. And I literally work with you over the next 12 months to help you get your objectives. So it's not for today, but I just wanted to mention about that. So let's rock and roll. What I'm going to share with you today is not financial advice. It's based on my life experience. Just by the way, if you're interested in Mastermind, just type in their Mastermind and the team can send you more information if you're interested. It's not for everybody. We would have to see if you qualify as well. But back to the disclaimer, I feel very strongly that the old world, the 20th century mindset was I try to pass responsibility to other people, and then when things go wrong, I blame them. This is not that. Like, we're teaching you, we're empowering you, but ultimately you're going to be accountable for your decisions. Now, don't get me wrong, you can be in the right environment, you can be, you know, part of the Wealth Hackers, you can be part of the Mastermind, whatever, and you can get other people to help you make decisions. But at the end of the day, you're accountable for your decision. It's your choice in terms of that process. So just be very aware of that. So many of you would have started with this book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And I've got my nice old version here, you know, and it's this whole thing of the E, the S, the B, and the I quadrant. And, you know, my mother gave this to me on my birthday in 2001. She said, we hope you make your fortune, but more importantly, we hope you have good health, many friends, and lots of happiness. Lots of love, Mum and Dad. And what's interesting is that if you haven't read this book, I'd highly recommend it. But let's go into it in a little bit more detail. So you've got the employee, the self-employed, the business owner, and the investor. What is the employee? Well, that's all about active income. That's about working for your money. It's about being on the hamster wheel. It's about hard work, no security, no time. Then you've got the self-employed, like they're the doctors and the accountants and the farmers. And they say, oh, you know, I'm self-employed. But they've got large debts, insufficient funds, a lot of stress, and they really have their own job. And this is where 95% of the world finds themselves, and yet they only have 5% of the wealth. On the other side of the fence, you've got passive income. So now you've got the business owner. And look, I've been a business owner for a long time. I wouldn't necessarily say it's easy work, but if you do what you love, it's definitely, but ultimately it's about building a system and it's about earning passive income. And then finally, the goal that most of us should be, you know, striving for is the investor. And the investor is where you've got no debts, plenty of money, and freedom. And this is where 95% of the world's wealth is, but it's only 5% of the world's population in terms of that process. So the question most of you should be asking is, how do I get there? Anyone got any ideas? Anyone want to chuck anything out? How do you get there? Whether you're a rank beginner and never started investing before, whether you're highly sophisticated and own lots of property and commercial property, but you're in one country and you now want to, build a globally diversified portfolio. We're all, it doesn't matter, we're at different stages of the journey. But the question is, how do you get to being a globally diversified investor that's earning globally diversified passive income? And that's the question I have for everyone. And James says, follow the process. Celeste says, consistency. Radwana says, follow the process with a coach and a mentor. With difficulty, unless you're advised to go there together with assistance, completely copy successful people. So well done. You're all on the right track in terms of that process. So myth number one, I've kind of been into this a lot today, so I'm not going to go into it in too much more detail. Suffice to just show you a story. So many of you that are in property would have read this book, Real Estate Riches. So this is from a guy called Dr. Dolph DeRuss, and it's the first property book I read. And he said, go out and look at 100 houses, buy 10 houses, put an offer in on 10 houses, get accepted by 3 and buy 1. And I was like, that's awesome. So, at an early age of literally 19, I went out and I was looking at houses and trying to do it all on my own. And this was me actually in Phoenix in America. I spent $8,000 for a week to spend a week with Dr. Dolph DeRuss. You might have noticed my pattern. It's always go straight to the top, spend whatever it takes to spend time with the source. And we were buying, if you remember the chaos in America, we were buying properties on auction. There were massive discounts. So Dolph taught us how to go to the auction houses. This is on the steps of the courthouse. And this, believe it or not, was us buying properties on auction in America. This was us having a bit of fun, with them. And myth number one was something I realized was you don't need to do it all on your own. For 14 years, I tried to do it all on my own. And then around 2010, 2011, I had this epiphany moment where I realized I could actually partner with others. And rather than trying to buy houses on my own and do everything on my own, I could partner with others. And by doing that, I could dramatically reduce the risk. And I could do it a lot more easily, and I could do it with a lot less hassle. And just by the way, if you're listening to this, I would assume that would resonate with you. Like, you want to do something with lower risk, with lower hassle, with lower complexity, but with higher return. Would you agree with me on that? Lower risk, lower hassle, lower complexity, but higher return. I mean, that for me is like the no-brainer. And what I realized was that by trying to do it all on my own, I had, low returns, high risk, high complexity, and high hassle. Like, I own 16 residential properties myself. And if you've owned properties, you know what I'm talking about. It's high hassle, high complexity, quite frankly, high risk, and actually quite low returns. And then I started partnering and particularly getting into commercial property. And I realized I was getting high returns with lower risk, lower hassle, and lower complexity. So that's myth number one. It sort of brings me on to the next slide, which is a statement that I love by Da Vinci, which said, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And a lot of what I'm going to share with you today, you might say, well, it sounds too good to be true, or it's too simple. And the reason being is that over 28 years, I've tried to take very complex things and to try and simplify them. I've tried to make it simpler, 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 and safer, safer, safer. Now, have I got it right? No, because you can never get it perfect. You can always try and make it simpler, and you can always try and make it safer. So just remember that when things look simple, and when I share them with you now, that's the intention, to take complex things, to take this complex investment language and world, and to try and simplify it so that you too can succeed in it. So let's get started with the 6 needs of every investor, literally block 1. And again, I've learned this, by spotting patterns. We've helped investors invest over $1.4 billion on 5 different continents, members from 171 countries. And, I personally have been doing this for 28 years. So you'd be a bit of an idiot not to spot patterns in terms of this process. So what are the needs that people need? Well, the first one is you need belief. Now, believe it or not, I didn't even know this because I was born with self-belief. Well, I wasn't born. My parents gave me self-belief. But there's lots of people that don't have it. And I realized even when we built Wealth Migrate years later, some of our employees were like, oh, but that's fine for you, Scott, because you had a good start in life. And it was like, it made me, I was blown away. I realized like, I can give them all the tools, I can give them the knowledge, I can give them everything. But if they don't have the belief, they're not going to get there. And as Henry Ford said, whether you believe you can or you believe you can't, you're right. So I realized it has to start with belief. And if nothing else today, I'm going to share with you, real life stories so that you too can have the belief. Because if they can do it, you can do it. If thousands of other people can do it, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. So the belief. The second thing is knowledge. So, you need knowledge. You need to get the right knowledge. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of knowledge out there on the internet. You can go, there's a plethora of information. But where do you get the right knowledge in terms of, then you've got to be careful. You can't get caught up in just too much knowledge, because I know there's a couple of people that I meet regularly that are what called course junkies. So they do a course and they're like, that's a great course. And then they go do another course. And that's a great course. And then they go do another course. And that's a great course. But they never actually implement what they're learning. And that's going to achieve nothing. And all they do is blame the last course. They're like, oh, Scott was useless. His course was useless. I'm like, dude, you didn't implement anything. So, it's one thing to get the knowledge, but what's really, really important, and it brings up myth number 2, is please don't get caught up in, oh, but I don't know enough. I need to go do another course. I need to go and spend a fortune on some of the courses I know of. People spend 25, I've even heard as high as $250,000, to go do another course. I know of a course where you spend $250,000 to be taught how to buy a property in England. I'm like, it makes no sense to me. Why not fly to England with me? I'll help you buy a house. And that $250,000, you can flip and invest in the house. Like, it doesn't make any logical sense to me. So just be very careful of these expensive courses and everything else. Make sure that you're taking that money and investing. And also don't get analysis paralysis, because at the end of the day, step 3 is as important. You have to invest and you have to have access to opportunities. And I'm going to share with you today how you can literally invest in Manhattan, New York, in Germany, in an industrial building in America, in a private equity opportunity in Austin, Texas. And, that's the access I'm talking about. Previously, none of us would have been able to do that. So you need to be able to have the access and make the investment. Then you need a system. Whether you use our system or someone else's system, you have to have a system. Then you need support and accountability. How many of you have ever, tried to do something? I don't know, lose weight or start to train at the gym, or I don't know, start to go running, or maybe your wealth. Most of us need an accountability partner. Someone to hold us to account to be able to get results. And then finally, you want success. What is success? Well, it's different to different people. It's results, it's wealth, it's freedom. Different people all have their different components, basically. Now, just in my interest, I always say to people, well, do you think it's just those 6 steps? And the answer is no, because it's a never-ending cycle. Tony Robbins has got a great thing called the success cycle. And, you can invest $100 and you can start to see results, and you can start to get confidence, and you're going to be on this upward spiral. Or you could do nothing. You could take no action and say, this is too good to be true, or I'm not going to do anything. And you do nothing, and then you're going to get no results, and then you're going to be on a downward spiral. And it's what's called the success cycle. You either go in a downward spiral or you go in an upward spiral, but it's a never-ending spiral in terms of the process that you want to take. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Having studied literally tens of thousands of investors around the world, that is the 6 things that you need as an investor. What I want to do now is I want to move to the next thing, which is your wealth plan, and then I'll take a break. So what is the wealth plan all about? So firstly, just go back to the resources. So again, I remind you of my amazing partner, Shane, who has shared this with you. So there's your resources, and we're now going to step 2. And you can literally see that he's given you the wealth certificate. So you go there and you can literally copy the link. You can go there and you can copy the link. And you can go there and you can copy the link. So let me just show you what I mean. You literally go there, you copy the link, you open a new tab, you literally put that tab in, and you press play. And there's this incredible technology called the internet. And there I can see Shane's also put all the links in to the guide. And that's not the wealth plan. Let me come up with the wealth plan certificate. I'll just use this link here that Shane's given. Why is this one not working? Oh, that's why, because it's downloading. And there you got your wealth plan certificate. And what I love about this, it's an interactive document, so you can print it out or you can type in it. So don't you think that's pretty cool? If you think it's cool, just type in there, cool. I think it's flipping awesome. You actually have no idea how long it's taken us to systemize all these things and make it really easy for you. So anyway, so you've got the resources, and then the other thing you're going to get is the freedom calculator. And so again, you've got a link to it, and you literally go and make a copy. It's version 3 of the freedom calculator. One of our partners in the mastermind, a lady called Diana Katsky, actually built this for us. So again, I've built the models over time, but she built the most incredible model to make it, easy for us. Again, back to simplicity. And so we're going to give this to you. This is yours for free. And I'm now going to teach you how to use it. But this is the freedom calculator. Now, what's really interesting, if I go back to the steps here, so you should have these 2 resources now. Everyone should have access to them. So there's 4 steps to this wealth formula. And Shane actually sent me a challenge about, I don't know, Shane, 2 years ago. And he said, Scott, this all sounds, so bloody, nice and whatever. But, most people are probably thinking it's too good to be true. How would I go from an employee or self-employed quadrant to the freedom of the investor quadrant as quickly, simply, safely, and predictably as possible, without being trapped by the financial industry, scammed, or giving away my power to someone else, or adding additional stress or hassle to my life? So that was the question that Shane sent me. That was the task. So I spent a lot of time thinking about it. And between us, we came up with it. We said, well, there's actually 4 simple steps. And I don't actually own this. It was Simon Sinek that really owns this. Now, Simon Sinek, this is the 2nd most watched TED Talk in the world. And he talks about the golden circle and how most people are trying to figure out the how and the what. But what you got to get very clear on first is the why. It's really, really important to get clear on your why. So if you haven't watched the Simon Sinek TED Talk, I would really, recommend that you do. Just by the way, in terms of the action bundle, I'm actually going to give you a bonus session on the power of clarity, which is all about where I unpack Simon Sinek's presentation and literally teach you why the power of why is so important, and most importantly, how you get clear on your top 5 whys. So, why do investors normally invest? Well, it's about preservation of wealth. You've worked hard for your money. It's actually about protecting your money. It's about a plan B. It's about not having all your eggs in one basket. It's about peace of mind. We've got the Israeli conflict, or we've got the Ukraine war, or we've got interest rates going up, or we've got inflation going up. It's about having the peace of mind to know that your financial house is stable. But ultimately it's about freedom, I believe. For most people, it's about freedom of choice, whatever that means. Where you want to send your kids to school, where you want to send them to university, who you want to work for, what country you want to live in, what house you want to live in, who you want to donate your money to, where you want to go on holiday. It doesn't actually bother me. But what I am very, very clear on is that I want people to, have the freedom to be able to make that choice. So in your wealth plan, you're literally going to start at the top with your why, your top 5 whys. And what I think is really important is that I explain my whys so that you know why I'm here, why I'm motivated, why I'm on the stage, why I'm presenting. So it starts with a story with my father. And this is me and my dad. I'm 13 years old. And this is my first real estate project, my first property project. And what was really interesting is that I love property from a very, very young age. And my dad did what we were all taught to do. He went to school, he went to university, he worked really hard, he got a good degree, he got a job, he finally became financial director of a listed company. He invested, he paid his taxes. Literally that's certainly what I was taught to do at school. And then when I looked at it, at a very young age, for me, my dad died at the age of 59, and he died broke. And I just remember going, this is ridiculous. Like, my dad's done what everyone teaches us and tells us to do, and yet he's failed. Like, he died broke. So I went and did the research, and actually Dr. Hannes Dreyer was the one I learned this from. And in the Western world, so England, Australia, and America, 94% of people, 94% of people at the age of 65 will either be dead, broke, or reliant on the government. 94% of people dead, broke, or reliant on the government. 5% of people will be what's called financially independent. And what's interesting is that if I'm in a live room, I say, who wants to be financially independent? I mean, you can put it in there. Do you want to be financially independent? Yes or no? And most people are like, yes, pick me. I want to be financially independent. And then I go, well, do you know what the stats are according to the financial industry? On the last day of your, once you retire, you earn 25% less than your last paycheck. So when you retire, you earn 25% less than your last paycheck. Now, I don't know about you, but that's just 25% poorer to me. And so what I think is that those 5% of people, and most of us have met our parents and a lot of people that are in this space, they're actually just financially trapped. They're trying to hope that their pension outlasts their life so that they don't run out of money. And statistically, only 1% of people, 1% of people retire wealthy at 65. And that's fascinating because what's really quite scary is that 100 of us are starting a race. No one's winning the race because only one person is finishing the race. Let me repeat that. 100 people are starting the race. No one is winning it. Only one person is finishing the race and 99 are failing. And I decided at a very young age, that's ridiculous. I'm not following that strategy. It doesn't work statistically. And so I loved computers. I was programming from the age of 6. If you know what a Commodore 64 was or Logo, I loved Monopoly. And I've pretty much spent my whole life trying to figure out how to marry together technology and property. My logic's been, well, why can't we play, Monopoly in real life? I also live in a country or grew up in a country where there's a massive difference between the haves and the have-nots. And, what's interesting is that if you look at the research around the world, the top 1% own more than the world, 50% of the world's wealth, and it's actually increasing dramatically. And I always ask people, is that because they've got more time, more money, they've got better friends, they went to better universities? What do you think it is? Can you tell me quickly? Why are the top 1% getting wealthier and wealthier and wealthier compared to the 99%? So Shiraz says mindset, better connected. They're out of the box thinkers, time and consistency. They know what they're doing. So they're all right, but I believe it's one thing. They're investing in better assets. Ultimately, it's your assets that are going to, create your wealth and give you your passive income. And they're just investing in better assets. What the 99% are investing in, and I'm going to show you now today, and what the top 1% are investing in are different assets. Where you live in the world has a big impact on your wealth. Whether you're a male or a female has a massive impact on your wealth. And whether you were born as a millennial also has a massive impact on your wealth. And so when we looked at it, we looked at the research, and 49% of the world's wealth is held in property. And yet only 12.9% of the world's population has access to property. And of that 12.9%, less than 1% has access to commercial property, which is where the top 1% invest, and other alternative assets. And so our why, our why, is that we set upon a path to say, why don't we use technology to allow everybody to invest like the top 1%? That's what we do. That's our why. And so, it's built on Zig Ziglar's principle. You can have anything you want in life if you help enough other people get what they want. I know that most people that I've met want passive income. If I help more people get passive income, do you think I'll be able to get passive income? If I help people invest in international property, do you think I'll be able to invest in international property? That's the philosophy. And now you understand, hopefully, the matrix of how we operate as a company, but also how I operate as an individual in terms of our why. Our vision is to make investing as simple as a swipe of a finger and ultimately down to $1. And we're not quite at $1 yet, but people say, well, $1 is not going to change people's lives. And I'm like, it won't. I agree. But it will change their habits. And if we change their habits, we'll change their life. And so let's go back to the wealth plan. And we're not going to do all the exercises now. This is for your homework, but I want to just show you how it works quickly. I told you there's 4 steps and you can do this in under 60 minutes. The first one is that you have to have a goal. So you have to say, how much cash flow do I want? So you literally go here and you say, right, how much do I want? I don't know. I want $10,000 a month, or I want $5,000 a month. Look how cool this is. I can change whatever currency I want. I recommend you use dollars because then you're thinking like a global citizen. But if you were in England and you wanted to put in pounds, you can do that, no problem. It all calculates automatically. So I just think this thing's awesome. So let's just put it back to dollars. And what's also interesting is you can do it in dollars and then you can convert. Say you're in South Africa and you want to do it in dollars and you want to just see what it means in rands. Like it all does it for you automatically. So the first thing you got to do is get clear on your money. What do you need? What is your passive income freedom goal? Like, what is freedom to you? What is the amount of money? And you need to know that, like that number. Okay. And you need to do it in today's money as well. What do it take to live free? The second thing you need to do is that you need to work with the formula. So you must then figure out how much capital you need based on the average cash on cash return. So again, this does it for you. So if you look here, if you want $5,000 a month, that's going to be $60,000 a year. I would recommend a cash on cash return of about 8%. So you can get more. You can get like sometimes 10, 11, 12, 13%. But my recommendation is don't be too aggressive with the returns. Rather go for stable and safe. And about an 8% cash on cash return on average across your portfolio is very sustainable. So that'll now then work out how much capital you need in terms of the process. Then you basically got a formula, the plan. Then you need to figure out how much you need to invest per month and for how long to achieve the goal. So again, I love this little calculator because let's say I've got, I don't know, $25,000 tied up in a house and I'm going to invest, I don't know, $200 a month. And I'm going to increase that. Every year I should hopefully be earning some more money. So I want to increase that by 10% a year. My average IRR, so that's my average kind of total return per year. I put in 15%. Again, you can get 20, you'll get some at 10, so an average of 15 is quite good. Shiraz is asking, what is the exchange rate? It's automatic. It links directly into the internet, so it's real time. And then what you can see here is that, I want to get $5,000 in passive income. I've put in my numbers. I've said I want to do it over 7 years, but the calculator tells me pretty clearly, like red is bad. Like, whoops, because obviously you got after tax as well. And it's like, and by the way, you can change the tax rate. If you live in Dubai, you can make it 0%, but I've just made it an average of 30%. So literally it's red, like, oh, okay, that's bad. Okay, well, let's go for 10 years. Oh, no, still bad. Okay, 15 years. Oh, no, it's still not working. 20 years. Oops, okay, that's 20 years. Oh, I'm gonna have to increase my amount of money per month. Okay, boom. I'm in green. Hey, okay, but I don't want to wait 20 years, 19 years. Oh, no. There it is. There's my formula. To get to $5,000 in today's money, I need to invest, $300 a month. I need to increase it by 10% next year, and I need to do that for 20 years. If I do that, I'll be free. The year is 2023. It means I'll be free by 2043. In my case, I'm 46 years old. It means I'll be free by 66. Now, it's at this point that I sort of joke and I say to people, well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. And they say, no, but it can't be that easy. And I'm like, no, really it is. Now, is this calculator 100% correct? No, I'd say it's maybe 95% correct. There's courses I know where you can go on an entire day workshop just to figure out how to use the calculator. Please do not get stuck up on analysis paralysis. What you're trying to do here is just create your game plan. And then what you do is you literally go back to your wealth plan. And where's it gone? There it is. And you literally say, right, my passive goal is 5,000. My average cash on cash is 8. I'm going to commit 300 because we've just done that. I'm aiming for a return of 15%. I'm aiming to invest for 20 years. The year I'll be free is 2053. I will be age 66. I commit to start, and what is today's date? 20th of November, 2023. My name, Scott Picken. I think you get the point. So if I go back to this PowerPoint here, you then go to step 4, which is the result. You then just stick to the formula. And each year you measure, track, and keep going. And from my experience, there's no one investment that's going to change your life. It's the consistency that's going to help you get there. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there you have your wealth plan. If you want to, as a gift, I know Shane has also shared my wealth plan, because I'm a big believer in copying others. So what I mean by copying is, when I did my thesis at both honors level and at master's level, I went in the library and I said, hey, show me someone that got cum laude this year. And I went and took their thesis and I copied the structure. Obviously, I didn't copy the content because I did it on a completely different topic, but I copied the structure and I cum laude both my degrees. So if you're wanting to copy someone else, and just get an idea, there it is. Shane's already shared that with you in terms of that process. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the 4 simple steps. And myth number 3 that I wanted to share with you here was that, again, some people think, well, I got to invest in that house because that house is going to make me all the money. Well, I must invest in Bitcoin because Bitcoin is going to make me all the money. What about day trading? Because day trading is going to make me all the money. Well, I don't know, some new bot that's going to arbitrage or something. We've all heard it all before. And it's none of that stuff. It's about the consistency of, doing it over time. And that's why the wealth plan becomes so powerful. And that's why we call it the freedom calculator, because it gives you an indication. And there's only really 2 things you can do, because the 8% return and the 15% return is my strong recommendation. You keep those numbers fairly stable because they're sustainable. So you can either increase the amount of money you have, which means you need less time, or you can decrease the amount of money, but you need more time. It's a seesaw. And there you have it. So I want to share something with you quickly. Would you like me just to share like something that's pretty cool? I can see, I just want to go to a couple of comments quickly. So Shiraz, is there not a shift away from property investments to alternatives like blockchain? Property investment and alternatives are on blockchain. It's not either or. That's like saying, is there a shift away from shopping to online? Shopping's happening online. Is the exchange rate, okay, that's linked. Is 8% return cash on cash not too high? Well, I'm going to show you, Shiraz, today, 3 deals that you can invest in, literally in the next 2 weeks, and you can get 8% on all of them. So yeah, I honestly believe we've been brainwashed into 8% is too high. I'll show you how to get 8%. We've consistently got more than 8% for more than 10 years. And that's in first world assets, not in South African assets. Yeah, so Radwana is saying, awesome tool, great guideline. I started late. Will I be able to find the link? Scott showed it. Yep. So Shane's put that in the link. Financial industry made it sound too complicated. Knowledge is truly power. That is implemented, of course. What if I don't have 20 years left? Norbert, then you've got to either reduce the amount of passive income, or you've got to increase the amount of money you invest in a shorter space of time. Like just to use Norbert's thing, Norbert, maybe you've got a house and you've actually got, $100,000 in the house as an example. And now you've only got, I don't know, you've got to play around with this calculator. Maybe you're going to invest $500 a month, you can see here, we're even $1,000 a month. And, and now you do it in, you can see how I just play around. I don't know the numbers. You just play until it's green, and there you've got, now it's a 12-year game. So, or you say, no, I'm actually going to invest more. And, now, it's a 10-year game. So I think you can see how it works in terms of that process. So please share something cool. Okay, sorry. I got sidetracked there. I was just looking at all the questions. Please share the investor strategy report. Okay, let me show you how to get the investor strategy report. So what's important here is, so my partner Shane literally built this. And so I wrote this book, Property Going Global, 10 years ago. 80% of people that invest overseas lose money. And I was sick and tired of it. And it actually got endorsed by Clem Sunter. And I analyzed 16 different countries to help people invest. And a lot of people have given me a huge amount of compliments for this book. But what's happened is that over the last 10 years, I've started investing in commercial property plus other alternative assets. I've been using technology a lot more. And it was time for a digital upgrade. And so Shane said to me, Scott, it's time for the second version of this book. And I said, dude, there's no ways I'm ever writing another book. I hated writing this book. So he said, cool, why don't we build a digital course? Because if we do the course, then we can keep it updated and stuff. So we basically created Wealth Going Global, which is the 10-year upgrade on Property Going Global. And when you go through this, it literally teaches you about how to choose your top 5 currencies. So you go into the modules and you've got all the different materials here. And then at the end, you choose your top 5 countries. So you literally go in, and this is not someone else's opinion. You choose your countries. It helps you do it all. You then go to your currencies, and you choose your top currencies. You then go to your assets. You choose your top assets. You figure out how to find the right partners, and then you build your wealth plan. So the feedback we had from people was, we've given them all the tools. We've given you guys the tools today, but they actually wanted someone to guide them through the process. So we literally created Wealth Going Global. It's a 6-module program. You can do it in 6 days. You can do it in 6 weeks. You can do it, over a weekend if you want to. But look how it automatically populates. There's my entire wealth plan, my why, my how, and my what. This is literally built from the course. And then equally, I've got my investor strategy sheet. And again, it's not someone else's, it's mine personalized. And I literally go in and I get my investor strategy sheet. And there it is. Those are the countries I'm going to invest in. Those are the currencies I'm going to invest in. Those are the assets. I've not only got the knowledge now, but I've actually got a plan in terms of that process. So I don't know about everyone else, but Shane built this for us. And I think it's one of the most incredible tools that we've ever built. In fact, I think it's the most incredible tool we've ever built, because what it's done is it's taken everything and it's put it into one place so that people in 6 weeks can get all the knowledge. I recommend you could do it in 6 days if you want to. There's 6 modules, but it takes some time to think it through and whatever. But maybe Christmas is coming. Maybe you want to do it in 6 days. But you can literally walk away with your entire plan plus all the knowledge in place for you. So that's Wealth Going Global. And we've given you the tools. You can do it on your own if you want to, or you can do the course Wealth Going Global. I'll share with you later how you can get access to that. And you can literally walk away with it. And the nice part is you can update it every year. So you can go in, you can say, okay, well, as things change and things adapt, you can change it in terms of that process. So if you're interested in Wealth Going Global, just put in there WGG, literally WGG. One of the things I love about working with Shane is he takes a lot of the knowledge out of my head and he simplifies it and makes it easy for you guys. So that, it's a home study course. People can go and do it in their own time. They can walk away with the results, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, just anything WGG. If you're interested in it, then we can give you more information on that just now. And there it is. That's what it's all about. You literally choose your top 5 countries, your top 5 currencies. I work with James Painter, my partner there, that's an expert in currencies. Your top 15 assets. Okay, so not what are the assets in the world, what are the top 15 assets to invest in? How do you find the partners and avoid 80% of the mistakes that everyone else makes? Ultimately, how do you build your wealth plan over time? And then there's a bonus module, smart investing, how to use technology. So that's Wealth Going Global. It's a home study course. And, I believe it's the best product we've built so far to provide people with the right knowledge in terms of that. And by the way, you might have realized, I've said this lots of times today, I'm not interested in people just getting knowledge. I'm interested in them having an action plan to execute on that knowledge. Because otherwise, you're just going to be a course junkie. You're going to get more knowledge and do nothing, and that's not going to get you any results. So I'm interested in you getting the knowledge, having a plan, and then executing on the plan. Okay, so step 2, done. I'm going to do step 3, and then I'm going to take a quick toilet break for everyone. Step 3 is the investment categories. So again, my incredible partner has once again done it all for you. And if you go to the resources, you're going to find a cheat sheet. So what are cheat sheets? Cheat sheets are, remember when you went to school and there was that cleverer person at school and they often used to have their crib notes. That's a cheat sheet. A cheat sheet is how do you take all of this complex stuff and how do you make it simple in terms of, for people. So you've got all 3 of the cheat sheets here. So I'm going to share with you the information, but you've actually got the cheat sheets. You can go and download them. So, do you want to invest in America? Do you want to invest in England? Do you want to invest in Paris or Europe? Do you want to invest in Australia? Do you want to invest in South Africa? You don't have to choose anymore between these countries. There's lots of different investment types. You've got bank products, financial products, bonds, stocks, REITs, funds, syndication, real estate residential, real estate commercial, crypto, and many, many other assets. And so the question is, what do you actually do? And I want to share with you a little gift, okay? Now, what I'm about to share with you might look simple and it might sound too good to be true, but I've been in the property game now for 28 years. And I learned something over the years where there's a value chain. There's always a value chain. And the question is, do you want to be, on the right side of the value chain or do you want to be on the wrong side of the value chain? Money is made on the right side of the value chain and money is lost on the wrong side of the value chain. So I want to explain to you the real estate value chain. We've all been taught to buy houses. Again, Dr. Dolph DeRuis and all of them teach you to go out there and buy houses. Okay, but the problem with the traditional way of buying a house is there's 16 different middlemen between you and your investment. Okay, so you're an investor and you want to invest in a property. There's 16 different middlemen all the way through the process. There's lots of fees. And because of that, there's no trust, there's no transparency, and there's low returns. And again, I've already told you, 99% of people do not retire wealthy at 65%. What do most middle class and professional people do? They invest in residential houses. Let me explain to you where the problem is. And it comes down to myth number 4. People go, oh, well, I want to buy a single house in, South Africa, or maybe I'm going to diversify and go and buy a house in London. You're not diversified because, like I've explained to you already, residential houses on their own actually have low results with high complexity, high hassle, and high risk. Low results, high complexity, high hassle, and high risk. If you do it commercially, if you invest at an institutional level, I'm going to show you how this works right now, you have higher returns with lower risk, lower hassle, and lower complexity. Let me teach you about the value chain of real estate. So these are the 5 major areas in the value chain. You've got land zoning, then you've got a developer, then you've got an investor, then you've got a fund or a REIT, and then you've got you or I. Let me explain what they are. So a land developer is someone that's going out, they've got a farm, it's called Greenfield, and they convert it into Brownfield, and it basically allows them to build a development, okay? What they're looking for is a return, I'm talking an IRR here, of about 30% a year, okay? So it's an aggressive return, there's lots of risk, but that's what, and it can often take years, 4, sometimes even up to 10 years to do land zoning. A developer is someone that's building a vertical structure. They're actually building a building, and they're looking for a return of about 25%. Now, by the way, do developers and do people always get it? No, they don't necessarily, but this is their target return. Then you've got an investor. An investor is looking for a return. So that's someone that actually buys a building, like this property. You can see it's a physical property. They buy it. they stick a tenant in it, they want to earn an income from it, and they should be looking at a return of about 20%. Then comes along a fund, like a pension fund or a property fund or a REIT, a real estate investment trust, and they buy up existing assets that already have stabilized rent. So what does that mean? It already has income. Now think about it. When you buy a pension, what do people want? What do you want when you buy a pension? What do you want when you buy a pension? Income. So they buy income. They buy income. They buy certainty. Well done, Shiraz. They buy certainty and they buy income. They buy stability. So they buy 5 to 8% income. And I'm being nice, because sometimes they buy 3 to 6%. And then you and I come along and we're trying to beat inflation, and we wonder why we're not beating inflation. Because when you look at the value chain of real estate, you know, and again, here's a real life article. You can go read it on LinkedIn. Maybe Shane, if you just want to chuck that, or we should put that in this link, we should put it in the resources guide. This is a real life article where literally I took this out of one of the financial newspapers of a developer that was building shopping centers, and he then sold them into a fund, a property fund, and then it was sold on the stock exchange, and all of you investors invested. And this article's literally talking about how the properties were overvalued, and you know the developer made all the money selling it to the fund, and the retail investors literally got screwed. And what's interesting is it was the same person. And the same person was the person that had the development company and the property fund. And this happens over and over and over again. You know, I've learned that the single biggest exit in property is when people build up a portfolio and then they sell it to a property fund or a REIT, a real estate investment trust. So if this is where all the money's made at this point or this point, then why are we investing at this point? And the question I have for people is, why don't you go up the value chain? Why don't you become an investor? Why don't you cut out all the middlemen and go up the value chain and become an investor? Or why don't you go up the value chain and become a developer? Why haven't you built a new industrial building in America? Or why don't you own a medical opportunity in Cape Town? Why? Well, over 20 plus years of doing this, these are just some of the reasons people give me. How do I protect myself? It sounds too good to be true. Too many scams. I don't know how. Too much compliance. It's too difficult. I don't have time. Ongoing management issues. Need the right structures. Too much hassle. Too complicated, etc., etc., etc. But ultimately, it comes down to three things. I don't have the time, I don't have the money, and I don't have the knowledge. They're the three reasons that hold most people back. And you know what I believe now is that all of those are myths, because you're investing 4 hours of your life in this workshop, which is a lot of time for you, but your future self will thank you tremendously, because in 4 hours, you can learn more than you will in 4 years of going and getting a degree, because you're getting real life practical experience. So you can condense time by learning from others and the mistakes they've made. Knowledge. You don't have to go and gather all the knowledge yourself. You can partner with others that already have the knowledge, that have extensive experience. I'm going to show you this just now. And you could get the knowledge, no matter how sophisticated you are. You can be the cleverest guy living in a country like South Africa with a massive portfolio, but you haven't invested overseas yet. The only way to do it safely and simply, in my opinion, to get the knowledge is to partner with others. And the final thing is, you know, I don't have the money. Well, again, 10 years ago, maybe you needed to have $100,000, $1 million, whatever, to invest. Now you can get started with $100 or even $10. Okay, so anyone that's on this, if you've got access to internet, you've got access to $10. You know, and if you've got access to $10, then you don't have the excuse, because you don't have the excuse of time, you don't have the excuse of knowledge, and you don't have the excuse of money. So I'm sorry to be direct, but those excuses are off the table. You're not allowed to use them. I'll give you an example. So most of us know how Uber works. Most of us have used Uber. So in the old days before Uber arrived, I used to get to Heathrow Airport and I would phone a taxi owners association who would phone a taxi owner who would phone a taxi driver. 2 hours later, they would come to pick me up. If I didn't know my way around London, they would take me on the long road. it would be expensive. It would be a horrible experience. If I lost my phone, I'd never see it again. And the counter to that was Uber came out, and this was one of my friends, and we caught an Uber from the airport. And what did they do? They cut out all the middleman. Like literally on my iPhone, I deal directly with the driver. He comes and picks me up 6 or 7 minutes later. He takes me the fastest route there. And because they've cut out the middleman, they've cut out the costs, and they've dramatically increased the accessibility. All of us have access now. As long as we've got a smartphone, we've got access to a private driver. Plus, they've increased the trust because we can see exactly. I mean, how many of you have been picked up by a lady driver? In the old days, you would never have had a lady taxi driver. It was too dangerous. Now, everyone uses Uber, the driver and the users, because you can trust the system and there's transparency. And, like my friend lost his phone left it in the Uber, and, this was him getting it back. So if Uber can do that if technology can do that for catching a taxi, then why can't it do it for us with regards to investing? And that's why I say go up the value chain. And we call it income investing. You can invest in a direct property like this one. That's called income investing. And then we got growth opportunities that are investing in things like new developments. Does that make sense? Are you with me? So what do? Well, we effectively help people invest in alternative assets. So things like property. I'll explain more about this, the different types of assets. But we help them do it simply and safely in a compliant way. And we use technology. We use a thing, whether you want to use the word fractionalization or whether you want to use the word crowdfunding. What we do is, in the old days, if you wanted to buy a commercial building in Manhattan, New York, you needed $10 million. Well, right now, today, I'm going to show you how you can invest in New York with a lot less than that. But by us coming together, we get the power of the crowd, and we can now invest like institutions together. And we literally use technology to enable that and make that a reality. So there's very strong fundamentals in the alternative assets. Someone earlier said, there's this move away, and there is a move away from the stock markets to the alternative assets. And we're talking trillions of dollars. If you look there, in 2008, there were $3.1 trillion in alternative assets. It's gone up to 10.2 trillion, and another 1.1 trillion is expected to go in 2021, and up to 14 trillion by this year, by the end of this year. People that have portfolios of more than $30 million, so the ultra high net worths, have more than 50% of their portfolio in alternative assets. Do you? So the wealthiest people in the world with the best advice have more than 50% of their investments in alternative assets. How much of your portfolio is in alternative assets? 87% of private investors are looking to increase their allocation to alternative investments over the next decade. And when you look at it, why is this happening? Well, there's been a strong run in alternative assets. There's a concern with the stock market and whether it's going up or down, and it's been at all-time highs multiple times, and there's been multiple corrections, but what is the value over the long term? People want returns. They want to make sure that their income has diversification. They don't want to all be tied to the stock market. So Radwana, alternative assets are all investments that aren't on the stock market. So the stock market is known as the secondary market, and it's all investments that are on the stock market, and everything else is known as alternative investments, and it's in the primary market. So it's physical assets. Like this house is a physical asset that you invest in. This is an alternative asset. Whereas if I invest on the stock market, then I've invested in a secondary market. And that's what, a correlation. If the London stock market goes down, the New York stock market goes down, the Johannesburg stock market goes down, the Hong Kong stock market goes down, there's a massive correlation between all the stock markets, which means they're tied together. What you need to do is, you need to have diversification across the different assets. So if the New York Stock Exchange goes down and you own a commercial building, it doesn't necessarily go down. You still earn your income. Ultimately, you're looking for better than average returns. You're also looking for risk-adjusted returns. So you're looking for returns that are better based on the risk. We've all been taught high risk, high reward, rubbish. You can get lower risk with high reward. And ultimately, you want to outperform the market. Now, let's just look at some interesting things here. This is according to the SEC, which is the regulator in America. And they took the last 25 years. And you can see that the stock market has averaged about 8%. So the S&P 500, which is the top 500 companies in America, has averaged about 8% return per year, whereas private equity has averaged about 12%. So private equity has done better than the stock market over a 25-year period. And yet, from a risk perspective, the stock market has been more risky than private equity. So we're all told, no, put our money into pensions, put our money into the stock market, put our money into 401ks and these tax-efficient vehicles. And yet, the returns are lower with higher risk. And that's not my opinion. That's according to the regulator in America over the last 25 years. And on average, for the last 10 years, we've performed about a 14% return overall. So a cash-on-cash return of about 8% plus, and an IRR, internal rate of return, of about 14%. That's our track record over the last 10 years. So don't tell me anymore that it's not possible, because it is possible. We've done it for more than 10 years. So, we've been helping people now in over 170 countries, and we invest in America, we invest in Europe, we invest in Australia, and we invest in England. We primarily focus on first world countries with first world assets and first world income. Our model is pretty simple. We go out and we find all the good partners around the world. We do all the due diligence. I'm going to teach you how this works just now. We put it on the marketplace, and then you and I, get to be able to invest in it. And so there's a huge amount of complexity below the iceberg. Lawyers, brokers, tax, KYC, AML, SPVs, investor reporting, wallets, family offices, deal tracking, sponsor due diligence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if you want to do this, you can do this all on your own. Or you can use technology in 4 simple steps, where you can sign up for free, you can set up your account, you can browse and invest, and you can earn income. And I'm going to have a quick toilet break now, just so you can go grab some water and go to the toilet. And when I come back, I'm going to share with you literally how you can do this. I'm going to teach you how you can do this. So you can go and do all of this yourself, or you can use technology to have 4 simple steps. And just think of it exactly like Uber. Before Uber, you had to have your own private driver. You had to do everything yourself with all the complexity and the hassle. Now, with technology, you can make it a lot simpler and safer. So, why would we want to do this as investors? Well, you're getting access to institutional quality deals. You don't want to invest like a mom and a pop. You don't want to invest like the middle class are investing. Because if you invest like the middle class are investing, you're going to get the results of the middle class. Did you hear me right? If you invest like the middle class, you're going to get the results of the middle class. You want to invest like the top 1%. You want to invest like the institutions. You want to have lower investment amounts. So if you've got $1 million or you've got $1,000, you can still diversify across 10 different assets in different geographies. Because ultimately, you want to diversify across countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time. That's the ultimate diversification. Countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time. Now, for today, I'm not going into that in detail. You can come along to the challenge if you want to, and I'll teach you all about that. But ultimately, you want access to institutional quality partners, and you want access to institutional quality information. Because if you do that, you're going to dramatically reduce the risk. And so I want to take a coffee break now, and just a toilet break. We could take 10 minutes, but we've only got 4 hours, and I've got 28 years worth of experience to share with you. So I got a question for you. Do you want to take a 5-minute break, or do you want to take a 10-minute break? My strong recommendation would be 5 minutes, because then we can have a quick break, get toilet, move our bodies, stand up, stretch. You've been sitting on your bum for nearly 2 hours, but then I've got lots of information to share, and I can spend the whole day here with you, but your time is valuable. So I can see lots of people are saying 5 minutes. Okay, great. So I'm in agreement. So literally 5 minutes, 5-minute break. I'm going to go and grab a toilet break, get some water. I will be back here. The time, whatever time zone you're in, it's 48 minutes past. I'm starting again at 53 minutes past. So 53 minutes past, I'll be back in action. I will see you now. I'm switching off my camera. Shane, if you're there and got music, please fire away, or I can just put the video back on if you want me to. I'll just put the video back on. Don't stress.
God, I can play a little timer.
Oh, you got a timer. Okay, cool. I'll stop sharing them. Lekker. See you all now. Okay, you're back in the room. Let's stop sharing there. I'll steal. I was going to steal the screen back. I like to be on time, so let's rock and roll. Tell me something. We have literally covered, if I share with you quickly, the base. You've done your foundation. Any good house is built on a strong foundation. Any good building is built on a strong foundation. We now move on to the setup. And you can see how we're building this. We're going through the fundamentals. We've taken time. We've taken the best part of nearly half this session to build the fundamentals. Because if you want to build a solid structure, you have to get your fundamentals right. Now we're building the setup. This is all about the what. What do you actually do? This is your why, which is going to be your fuel. And now this is your what in terms of actually driving it. So before I get started, any comments or thoughts with regards to the first session? You know, is it exciting? Is it cool? Is it terrible? Is it boring? Is it overwhelming? What is it basically? And sorry, I get excited. I love this stuff. There's lots of people online here from all over the world. Just a shout out to Dominique as well. She said that she would come and join. So interesting to see what her thoughts are. You know, everyone wants this stuff, but very few people are prepared to put in the time and the effort. Think about all your friends. They're all at school or at work, you know, and they've all got excuses. Oh, I'm not going to invest 4 hours of my time. All these excuses. And 10 years from now, they'll still have excuses. They'll be blaming the government. They'll be blaming their boss. They'll be blaming their job, whatever it is, their husband, their wife, their whatever, but they won't have any results. So I just want to congratulate all of you. Okay, so I can see exciting, comfort of the system, shock at the task at hand. Cool, amazing. Okay, so thanks for a couple of the comments. I appreciate them. Lekker, and those that aren't finding it interesting have gone. So I don't care. They'll just by the way, I've been doing this. I stood on stage for the first time in 2004. I've had, I don't even know, I've no way to count, but certainly tens of thousands of people, probably over 100,000 people that have been, you know, in my different coaching and trainings. And what's fascinating to me is people keep coming to me and going, oh, Scott, I did a webinar with you, or I did a course, or I came to a live event 10 years ago, and I haven't done anything. I wish I'd done something. Please, whatever you do, just don't be one of those people. Like, I'm begging you. Like, because I've got so many stories of people that have got success, but there's many, many more people that don't have success. And there's only one differentiator between those that did and those that didn't. And those are the people that actually did something. Because this stuff is irrelevant if you don't actually do something. Okay, let's rock and roll. Enough of me on my soapbox. Let's go to what? So now it's about partners and due diligence. How do you actually choose the right partner? Now, again, for the purposes of today, I'm going to give you an over level. If you want to go deep into how to get the right information, we've got Wealth Going Global. If you want to go deep into our partners, we've got Asset Class Mastery, but I'll share that with you just now. Once again, my incredible partner, Shane, has it all in the resources. So you can literally go and get the cheat sheet around the partners and how we select the partners. So the stuff that I'm showing you now, you can go and download in the cheat sheets in terms of this process. So where did this all start? I kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier, but I love a guy called Clem Sunter. Clem Sunter is one of the 5 most respected scenario planners in the world. He's written many, many books and, you know, and on scenario planning. And I'd watched him speak for many, many years. And he had all these different scenarios for the planet. And he had what's called flags and probabilities and everything. And I, you know, for about 6 years now, I watched him do all these talks. And I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm like everybody else. I'm just hearing all this stuff. But I'm not taking this knowledge and finding a way to make good decisions. So I know I'm not normal, but I went and built a 4-dimensional model to take all these different scenarios and then to be able to make better informed decisions as to where to invest. And I shared that model with him. And he's a very, very kind man. I was too embarrassed, by the way. I didn't share it with him for a year. I finally built up the courage to share it with him. And he said, Scott, this model's incredible. You need to share it with the world. And if you do, I'll endorse it, which is why the book Property Going Global came out and Clem Sunter. So it all started many years ago with that. And the book came out in 2013 in terms of this process. But what we've done over the years is we've evolved it quite a lot since then. You know, so our process in terms of due diligence. And again, for the purposes of today, I'm going to fly over this at a high level, take it back to that iceberg analogy. I'm just showing you the top of the iceberg, but I'm also trying to show you all the substance that happens below the iceberg. So if we've got a new partner, we do a due diligence on the partner. So what's really important here, most people think you do a due diligence on the building first, and then you do it on the partner. Wrong way around. You do it on the partner first. You ensure you're going to make money based on your partner. Fact. So you need to do a due diligence on the partner first, okay? And then you do a due diligence. So look here, you do a due diligence on the partner, and then you do a due diligence on the deal. So we've got an investment committee that go through a decision-making process on the partner. Once they pass that, I'll explain to you how they pass that. Then it goes to a deal due diligence. Then ultimately we put together an investment pack. The platform goes, the deal goes live on the platform. We raise money on the platform. We close the deal. We then do, the money basically moves into a compliant investment structure. We invest in the deal. You get your quarterly dividends, which is where you get paid your quarterly income. We track the deal, on a monthly, quarterly basis. We eventually sell the deal. We exit the deal. You get your capital gain back. So you've got your income plus your capital gain. You get the return of capital, and then ultimately you invest in your, you go to Disney World if you want to, or you reinvest. But that's the full life cycle in terms of how it works. I don't know about you. I like to be visual, so I like to just show people how it all works. Obviously, there's a huge amount of depth below each one of these things. Now, myth number 8 is important because a lot of people say, oh, but I've got an MBA or I'm an accountant. I can do all the due diligence myself. And I tend to say, yeah, look, I'm sure you can probably do the due diligence. But you know that it takes 10 years to master anything. Okay, so on average, it takes 10 years to master anything. So if you now want to do the due diligence on industrial property, sale leasebacks in America, you need to do that for probably 10 years so that you can be an expert in doing due diligence. And now you want to do due diligence on London residential. You need probably another 10 years to do that. And now you want to do medical opportunities in Australia. And now you need another 10 years to do that. And so if you want to do everything yourself, you can. But you need to realize that it takes, on average, a decade. And I want to just check here if you guys can still see me. Just give me 2 seconds. I just want to check. You should be able to I've just had a power outage, but I can see I'm still online. Can you just let me just let me know, Shane, if you can still see me.
You're good, Scott. All good from my side.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so gotta love Africa. So we basically, the myth for me is, you can think to yourself, oh, I'm going to do it all on my own and no problem and all of that sort of stuff. But if you partner, you can partner with people with 10, 20, 30 years worth of experience, and you can immediately start to diversify into different countries, different partners, different assets, a hell of a lot quicker than if you try and do it all yourself in terms of that process. Okay, so how does it work? Well, you and I are an investor. We go into an investor wallet, so it's a digital wallet. You've got your own digital wallet. I'm going to show you all this. You're going to see it live. But again, I just want to show you how it works. We then go on the marketplace, wealth migrate. We then see opportunities like we're going to see today, the Manhattan deal. We then, put all the investors' money together so that we invest as the power of an institutional investor. We then go through a tax-efficient vehicle, and then we basically own the property. Then when the property pays its distributions, both its income and its capital gain, it goes back into a deal wallet. So every property has its own deal wallet, and then it goes directly back to the investor. Now you're in control of your money, and you can either reinvest it or you can spend it on a holiday to Disney World. So let's talk about how we choose our sponsors. So this is not our methodology. This is a worldwide methodology of naming sponsors. So you've got tenured sponsors, you've got established sponsors, you've got developed, and you've got emerging. So what we take into account is the management experience. So how long has the management got as a collective experience? How long is the actual company being operating? Because sometimes you might have a company that's quite young, but the people running it have got decades worth of experience. And then finally, how many assets do they have under management? Like how much investment have they actually done? And one of the things that we're looking for, I talk about it being, I talk about it much more in Wealth Going Global, but it's the golden rule of 3. There's 3 things we're looking for. One is, do they have a 10-year plus track record? So from an experience perspective, have they been doing this for more than 10 years? Because I want to make sure that they've been through at least one down cycle. Secondly, are they niche focused? Do they do one thing and they do it really well than trying to do 27 different things? And thirdly, do they have their own money invested in the deal? That's very important for me, because if their money is invested in the deal alongside my money, then we're all in the same boat. So again, these are the criteria that are used to determine the different partners. So to give you an example of a tenured partner, we've worked with Feltman Equity. They've got over $100 million of their own money invested. They've got 4 million square feet of office. They've got over 100 years experience. They've been through 7 different recessions, and they've got over 3 billion under management. And they basically own buildings like the ones that we see here. Notice, by the way, would you like to invest with a partner like this? Yes or no? Now, I know you didn't think it was possible. I've invested with them twice. So this was a deal that we invested in America with them right in the middle of COVID. And again, for people that say it's not possible, there's the cash on cash. We were getting over 9% cash on cash. It was a 5-year investment, and the total return was about 16% a year. So I must admit, I never in my wildest years expected to own a building like this. And I do. And you can too. And you'll notice they're a tenured sponsor. The deal was office, and I'll talk about risk now in terms of that process. Then you've got MAG. So MAG have over $300 million assets under management, 43 properties. They've got a return of about 18% with an average cash on cash of 9%. And again, we invested with them. This is another building that we invested in, this big industrial logistics opportunity. It was an 8% cash on cash return, a 6-year deal, and a total IRR of about 12%. Once again, it's an industrial deal. The partner is tenured, and we'll talk about the risk just now. What about a structured note? Now, most of you don't know what a structured note is, and I don't have time to go into a huge amount of detail today, but in simple terms, you've got retail level in a bank. And yeah, here I've actually got a slide for you. So when the banks give you a return, they give you a retail return, and you tend to get sort of 5 to 7%. Who here is getting 5 to 7% from a bank? Anywhere in the world. South Africa, now England, and even America, you can start to get close to 5% in terms of. If you go wholesale, okay, then you can get, which is where you got larger quantities of cash, you can get about 8 to 11% return. And if you go institutional, do you know that you can get more than 10% return? I'm talking in first world currencies. I'm talking in pounds. I'm talking in dollars. I'm talking in euros. Now, why aren't you taught this? I don't know. You tell me. Why aren't you taught this? Because the banks are happy to pay you 5 to 7%. Am I the only one here? Is anyone else a little bit confused by this? Please come, put a comment in. I'd like to know what you think. Exactly, James. The banks are making the money. It's exactly what the banks are doing. They're aggregating all your money. They're paying you 5 to 7%, and they're making 10% plus. So a structured note just allows all you and I to come together and invest at an institutional level, and we can earn a return of 10% plus. Now, I know what I'm about to show you sounds too good to be true, but here's an opportunity, a structured note that we've done. So all these deals we've done, I'm not trying to sell you anything. We've done them. We did it with BNP Paribas, which is one of the biggest banks in the world. We got a 15% cash on cash return. There's no capital growth. It's a 4-year investment. You're getting paid 15% a year. Are you starting to have your eyes open? Are you starting to go WTF? I'm not going to say it, but you know what I mean. Actually, I'm going to say it. Are you literally going to go like, what the hell is going on? What about this one, Mac Roberts? So here's an emerging deal. So we did this one last year. So this company has only been operating for 3 or 4 years, but the founder and his team have more than 20 years experience in the industrial space. So they're emerging, they're in industrial. We bought this logistics park with an office building at the front, and it's an 8% cash on cash. It's a 3-year investment with a 17% IRR. So myth number 9. I can get access to all these type of deals on my own. And people say to me, oh, I got $10 million. I'll fly to America. I'll buy that deal on my own. Because this deal was about a $10 million deal. I'm like, no, you won't. I don't even care if you got $10 million. Firstly, you won't even find the deal. You won't even find the right partner to be able to do the deal because you don't have a network. You won't have access to the deals. Secondly, you won't get bank financing because you have no track record. I don't care if you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars in China or India or South Africa. It's irrelevant. You have no track record in America. Thirdly, you don't know the market, so you're going to take massive risk. Why would you do it? Why would you not partner with a team on the ground that's been doing it for 20 plus years, who can get you much cheaper financing because they've got local knowledge, local relationships, can get you access to deals that are off market that no one else even knows about. Trust me, if you're international and you're buying deals that are on the market, it's the crap no one else wants locally. Let me repeat that. If you're buying stuff internationally, it's the crap no one wants locally. So be very careful of the myth, I can do all this myself. So that brings us to the end of point 4. And I want to accelerate into point 5, which for me is to some people the most boring step and to some people the most important step, which is about managing risk and compliance. And so this is an interesting one. And again, you can go back to your resources and you can read your cheat sheets on compliance and risk management and the different deal categories. So just a couple of things from our side. We are FCA approved, so that's England. We work under a juristic rep of a gentleman by the name of Michael Carrick. So we're very excited to actually be in the UK now, because if you want to be a global platform, the UK is the top and best place in the world to do that. It's a defined financial product. You've got phase protection, which is international regulation around money laundering and all of that. You've got European cash custody. So we work with Lemonway, which is the biggest digital wallet provider in Europe. They've got over 8 million wallets. They're backed by the top 5 banks in Europe. Plus, they've got European compliance. So that's really important. We don't hold your money. Your money is being held by the biggest wallet provider in Europe, protected by European regulation. You've got multi-layers of compliance. You've got a transactional wallet, and you've also got data protection and then investor ring fencing. So every deal is ring fenced. So if one deal works, it can't pull down another deal. You can't rob Peter to pay Paul. So every deal is individual and ring fenced. And so we call it safeguarding of funds. So firstly, you've got external cash custody. So we don't hold the money. If I disappear or the company disappears tomorrow, I can't touch your money anyway. The money is in an external cash custody. Secondly, you've got discretionary portfolio manager governance. So Michael Carrick is not part of our company. He's an external person that ultimately has final say on what happens with the deals in term, and the investors and the investments. You've got designated investor accounts. So every person has their own designated wallet that they are 100% control of their money. You've got ring-fenced deals. So every deal is separate. So that you can't have a problem where like one deal takes down the whole lot, because every deal is ring-fenced. You've got designated corporate members. You've got different people that are involved around the world. You've got external custody of investments. So again, an external regulated out of the UK overseeing things. And then you've got operational and investor segmentation. So how we run the platform is segregated from the investments in terms of that process. Now, how do we select a deal? Now, again, I don't have time today to go into this in a huge amount of detail, but I do, again, in Wealth Going Global, I go into this in a lot of detail so that you start to understand how risk works. But ultimately, if you look here, this is a scale that's used all over the world. So you can see return goes from low to high, and risk goes from low to high. So low return, low risk is what's called a core product. Now, that might be a building in central London or central Manhattan with a government tenant, on a 20-year lease. It's very low risk. You're going to get low returns of maybe 2-3%. And the pension funds will buy that all day long because it protects their money and it pays a small return. Then you've got core plus. It might be a good asset, but not in, say, central London. It might be in a secondary market. Like in America, it might be in Atlanta rather than New York, as an example. Then you've got value add. That's where you're actually adding value to the building. So there is some risk. You might buy a building at a 70% occupancy. So that's where it's got 70% of the space is filled up, and you're aiming to increase the other 30%, which means you increase the value. Maybe you're buying a hotel and you are or you're buying a building with 300 apartments, and you're going to upgrade all the apartments, and by doing that, you're going to upgrade the rent. They what's known as value add strategies, and they add more risk. And then opportunistic is where it might be a new development or some new deal where there's a lot of risk, but obviously higher returns, but there's execution risk. So it takes time to build something, or there's execution risk. Now, just to give you an example of two different deals that we've done, and it's important to understand these things. We did a core plus deal, the one I've actually just shown you, with Feldman, and because it was low risk, the bank said that they were happy to fix the rates till 2032. So in that deal, we've had no problems, and we're getting paid our dividends every quarter. In another deal we did with Feldman, it was a value add. So it's the spectacular building. And if you want me to, I can show you just now, called Pinnacle Park. The best looking building I've ever invested in. But because it was a value add, so it was about 80% occupied, and they were looking to increase the tenancy. Now, they've done that. They've increased the tenancy to 92%. In fact, they've outperformed the projections. But because interest rates have risen in America, the interest rates have risen, and they weren't able to fix the interest rates. And we as investors have actually just had a capital call, which means we have to put in a bit more money to top up so that we could basically pay the bank. So you have to pay a penalty to fix the interest rate. So I'm just giving an example of same partner, two different deals, but how this risk ranking does play an important part, and how it's important to understand these things in terms of the risk-return ratio in terms of it. Okay, so what are some of the investor needs? Well, you've got investor emotions. So, one of the things we do today, one of the reasons we've got all these communities and the wealth hackers and everything, is we want to help you with your belief, your emotions, and your knowledge. Safety of funds. There's very few people I've met that don't want to look after their money and protect their money. So we spend a huge amount of time on wealth protection. Diversification. I feel very strongly that maybe 10, 20 years ago, it was very difficult to do this, but the best investors in the world all use diversification. You have to be using diversification. Alignment of interest. This one's an important one. If you've got an estate agent or a financial broker and they're selling you into something, but they're just earning a commission on the front end, they don't really mind what crap they're selling you because they earn their commission. But you wanting to get a result long term. So your interests need to be aligned long term. And it's very, very important that you align the interests of the investor, our platform, our partners, so that everyone is trying to achieve the same objective long term. You don't want people just to be earning fees up front, because then they don't care about the investors long term. You want to have a centralized access point. I don't know about you, but I don't want everything all over the place. It's too bloody difficult. I can't find it. I can't manage it. I hate complexity. I hate admin. So have everything in one place, in terms of centralized. You want ease of transaction. I used to fly to America and set up companies and set up bank accounts and then buy a house. And then I'd fly to England and set up companies and set up bank accounts and then buy a house. And then fly to Australia and set up bank accounts and set up companies and then buy a house. And it was flipping difficult. I don't want to do that. I want it to be easy. I want it to be safe and simple. I want access to the information. I want to know that when I'm investing with the right information so I can make the right decisions. I want regular reporting. I don't want to fly overseas and have to, I just want to know quarterly what's happening with my investments and how it actually works. And I want to de-risk. There's a way through due diligence and through partnering and a number of other ways to de-risk. We call it our GID system, our global investment due diligence system. So they are ways to de-risk dramatically. There's one other thing when it comes to tax and structuring, and it brings me on to myth 10. Just be careful. You know, people come to you and they say, hey, go open a structure in Mauritius or the Seychelles or the Isle of Man or the BVI. It's this cheap little structure. And then what they do is they sell you a box, and then all they try and do is sell you stuff into that box. You don't want that. Like, be very careful. I met a lady years ago. She got 20 million Rand in inheritance, which was, you know, in those days about $2 million. And she didn't do anything because she was worried about putting in the right structure. And in the time of not doing anything, the Rand halved. So her $2 million went to $1 million. And that's just ridiculous. That's retarded. Like, she could have invested in her own name in good assets, earning a good income, and paid the tax, and she would have been far better off. So don't use structures as an excuse. Now, if you're at that level, you know, speak to me, speak to one of our team members, join the mastermind. I've got partners that can help you, but don't use it as an excuse. So it's at this point that I say to people, you know, there's a lot of information. We've been talking for the best part of over nearly 2.5 hours. And I got a question to ask you. And that is, are you feeling a little bit overwhelmed? I love this picture of this little girl trying to drink from a fire hose. And the reason being is that whenever I do this live, it's at about this point that everyone's eyes have glazed over and they're like, this is amazing, but it's too complicated. Like, I don't understand it. Scott's trying to give me 28 years worth of knowledge in 2 hours. I feel overwhelmed. And so, you know, put your hand up. Who's feeling overwhelmed? You're supposed to be feeling overwhelmed. Remember, I told you, I want you to go from unconscious incompetence, which is basically where you don't know what you don't know. And can you agree that over the first 5 steps, you're probably at either unconscious incompetence or conscious incompetence? So you either don't know what you started out definitely not knowing what you don't know. And now you're probably at step 2 where you're going, okay, I now know that I don't know what I don't know. Are we on the same page? Can you see what I'm doing very consciously? Like, I'm taking on this journey. I'm showing you the big, wide, bad world of investing, finances, wealth, whatever you want to call it. And I'm opening it up and I'm shining a torch. I'm shining a light on, going, it's not such a dark and horrible place. But when you open up with the light to start off with, it feels overwhelming. So I started with a question for you, and I said, what would it mean to you in 12 months or less to be earning passive income without any hassle or complexity? And again, I ask you the question. I asked you 2 hours ago. I'm asking you again. What would it mean to you? And I asked you a second question. How would you like a system which will statistically help you get there 70% safer and simpler? Now, I got a question for you. I got a third question for you. Having helped people from 171 countries invest 1.4 billion US dollars, and realizing that there's only 3 things. You need the right information, the right partners, and you need to take action. Can I share with you an offer where it is an absolute no-brainer of a next step to help you to be able to get the results you want? Yes or no? Can I share it with you? I won't do it if you don't want me to. It's fine. I'll go off and I know this stuff. So, okay. What I'm about to share with you, we've never done before. My partner Alex actually challenged Shane and I, and he said, "Listen, guys, like, when people pay, they pay attention," which is something I learned years ago. Like, you can give stuff away for free, but the chance of them actually going and doing anything are like very little. And so we've got lots of different courses and, many thousands of dollars, value in terms of courses, etc. And Alex said, guys, people are going to go and waste all their money on Black Friday. Why don't we make something that is so irresistible? It's such a no-brainer that literally it's just the obvious next step. And so we literally did that on purpose. And, the idea, again, our outcome is always to help people live a life unlimited. And how do we do it? Well, we do it through smart investing. We do it through using technology, investing with quality partners, getting quality information, and again, doing it over the long term. There's no such thing as a get-rich-quick scheme, but there is such a thing as a get-started-today scheme. Let me just repeat what I just said. There's no such thing as a get-rich-quick scheme. I've never met anything. Like anything that's get-rich-quick, you go to the casino, you put money on red or black, you're either going to double it or lose it. But there is such a thing as get started today. And so let me teach you the formulas for success that we were taught in school. In school, we were taught that you need the clarity. So you go to school and you learn everything and you learn from your teacher and you get the clarity. Then you get the confidence. Okay, now I've learned everything. Now I'm going to start getting the confidence. Once I've got the confidence, I'll make a commitment. Okay, cool. Now I understand. I've learned about maths. I'm going to get the confidence, with maths. And now I'm going to make a commitment to go and become an accountant. I don't know. And one day I'll get success. That's what we were taught in school, right or wrong. Yes or no? Just type in there yes or no. I'm going to have a quick drink of water quickly. What about investing? We've all been taught, you can't invest in America. No, you can't do that. You must come to Scott's IRW first. You must get clarity. And only once you got, and by the way, after you've done that, you must do 27 other courses. You must go read all these books. You must find yourself a mentor and a coach, all of that stuff. Only once you've done all of that, then you'll have the confidence. And only once you've done all of that, will you make a commitment. But don't worry, one day then you'll be wealthy. Well, as I pointed out to you, 99% of people follow that formula and it doesn't work. So, and someone said, it's what we were taught as employees, completely. We were brainwashed at school, I don't know how to say it any other way, to be good employees. Like, that's what you've been taught as an employee, 100%. It's also what the financial industry is trying to teach you, because, go meet your financial planner, get clarity, you'll get confidence in who they are, then you'll make a commitment to pay them every month, and one day you'll have success and retire happy and free. Bullshit. So, let's look at real life. So I love the story of Andrew Carnegie, and by the way, I've got his book here somewhere. Think and Grow Rich. So this book was written in 1937. It has helped more people become US dollar millionaires than any other book ever written, other than religious books, because I'm not getting caught up in religion. So this book, and what happened was Andrew Carnegie was the wealthiest man in the world, and he literally paid this guy, Napoleon Hill, for 25 years. Yes, you heard me right, 25 years to go and interview the 50 wealthiest people in the world. And he literally wrote a book on the 13 principles that those 50 people have. It came out in 1937. Just by the way, who wants a copy of this book? I'll literally give you a copy of it, Audible and an ebook so you can read it for free. I'll give it to you. Okay. And by the way, this is a book that you can't read too many times. I read this for the first time when I was 20. I've listened to it many, many times, and I actually listened to it again about 3 weeks ago. It's the sort of book that you should re-listen to at least every 5 years, if not every year, because it's age-old principles. This is the foundation. It doesn't get any better than this. So let's go back to Andrew Carnegie. I just wanted to give you some context around this book. Let's go back to Andrew Carnegie. So Andrew Carnegie is a Scotsman from Scotland. He's in America. He has no money. He has no success, but he has a dream. And so he has a dream that he's going to build a steel mill. This is in the late 1800s, so like 1890, whatever. And he has a dream. He's going to build a steel mill. And so he says, right, I'm going to build a steel mill. So he goes to the bank. The bank happens to be JP Morgan. He says, hey, Mr. Bank, I'm going to build a steel mill. And the bank says, well, no, you're not. Don't be ridiculous. What track record do you have? You've got no money. How are you going to build a steel mill? Like, basically, piss off. So again, if this was school, then Andrew Carnegie would have gone, as we were taught in school, Andrew Carnegie would have gone off to university and he would have got, a degree in mechanical engineering. And then he would have basically got, maybe industrial engineering, maybe chemical engineering, I don't know. And then he would have got some, some confidence. And then he would have made a commitment. Okay, now I've got all these degrees. Now I'm going to make a commitment. Now I'm going to build a steel mill. Okay, and then one day he'd probably do his MBA as well. Oh yeah, I had to chuck that one in. He got to do his MBA because he knows about business as well. And then he's going to go get success one day. Okay, that's what you're taught at school. but that's not how it works. Andrew Carnegie made a commitment. He said, I'm building a steel mill. So he literally went to all the big manufacturers that needed steel. So the shipyards that build ships out of steel, and the railway, the railway companies, the ones that laid the railway tracks. And he literally said to them, you're buying your steel from England. In those days, the only steel that was being made was in England. You're buying your steel from England. I'm going to build a mill here in America. And I'm giving you an opportunity to buy 2 years worth of steel from me. All you need to do is sign this commitment here. Okay. And you're going to get steel at 40%. I don't know the discount, but a massive discount off England because you don't have all the transport costs to get it across from England. Now you can sign this contract because I'm building the mill. And if you don't sign it, I'm going down the road to your competitor and they'll be getting the cheap steel from America and you'll be trying to import it and compete with them from England. Anyway, needless to say, because he had the commitment, people got confidence in his commitment and they signed all the contracts. Okay. He went back to JP Morgan. He said, here's your clarity. You said I had no customers. Well, here's all my customers. For the next 2 years, I've got all of my income sorted. They've literally I've got forward contracts on all the steel I can make over the next 2 years. And JP Morgan said, right, based on that clarity, here's the money. And ladies and gentlemen, the rest is history. He built the biggest steel mill in America, and he became the wealthiest man in America. And by the way, he became the wealthiest man in the world by today's standards. No one's ever beaten him. So what did he do? What did he do different? What's the one word that he did? Did he try to get clarity first? Did he try to get, certainty first? Or did he get commitment? Did he make a commitment? Did he say, non-negotiable, I'm doing this, commitment? What did he do? What's the word? Was it commitment? Was it clarity? Or was it certainty? So I can see that. Took action, commitment. You're right, it's commitment. Okay? So if you want to build passive income, if you would like globally diversified passive income, how many of you are prepared to make a commitment to make that a reality? It's not my opinion, because if you take Andrew Carnegie, here's the formula for success from the wealthy. You make a commitment, you then will get the confidence because you've made a decision. You then will get the clarity because you're going to do it over time. And then you're going to get the success. That's what Andrew Carnegie did. And by the way, that's what every other wealthy person has ever done, because this is what you don't learn in school. They make a commitment first. They then build the confidence. They get the clarity. And then they get the success. So I got a question for you. If getting passive income is important to you, if building a globally diversified, passive income is important to you, how many of you are prepared to make a commitment, to do whatever it takes, to make a commitment to yourself, to your family, to your children, to your future? Just please type in that commitment. I want you, if you don't want to make a public display, which by the way, I would highly recommend because it's putting a message out in the universe, even just write it on a piece of paper. Just write down their commitment. You're not doing it for me. I don't care. Like, don't get me wrong. I love seeing people win. I love seeing people get results. But whether you make commitment or not, it's your choice. It's not going to make any difference to my life. There's a couple of hundred people on here, and I always get fascinated by how many people sign up for these things, don't even turn up, and then they hear all this stuff, and it's like, are you prepared to make a commitment? Yes or no? It's black or white. So let me show you a gift that my partner Alex came up with in terms of this process, because for me it's obvious. It all starts with commitment, yes or no. And that's why we created the action bundle, because I'm tired of people having excuses. I'm tired of going, Scott, it was great for 4 hours, but I don't know what to do. Fine, boom, this is what you do. So we've got the VIP experience. So we've got the challenge, a lot of what I've spoken about today, but we go into much more detail around diversification. But the beauty again with the VIP room is that you literally come off stage with me behind the scenes in a private Zoom room. And I literally every single day for 5 days for at least an hour or so, I coach you, okay, with a group of other VIP, a small like-minded group. I charge $1,000 an hour normally, so that's over $5,000 worth of value just on its own. And I know for a fact that that's where people get the true results. Like today, an hour after today, we're going to do the same thing. So when people come with, I'm sorry to be crude, they're bullshit, and they go, I don't have the time, I don't have the money, I don't have this, I don't have that. I go, cool, boom, what about this? You'd be amazed how a coach can hold up a mirror and help people get through objectives. Oh, I've got $10 million, but I don't know what to do next. No problem, I can help you with that. I've done it hundreds of times. So that's what it's about. Plus, you get the digital recordings and everything else. And if you can't attend in January, you can come in February. But the point is, you get a ticket to the VIP in terms of that process. Now, by the way, that alone is $47. But we're chucking it in. The second thing is the starter pack. You know, I'm sick and tired of people getting knowledge but not investing. And they go, oh, but Scott, I don't have $1 million or I don't have $10 million. Great. Well, you can invest with $10. Let's get started. Don't give me your like. Get started, invest, put $10 in the deal, and actually start to see the returns. We call it a starter pack light. So literally, you're getting started. And then finally, priority onboarding. Like whenever you do anything new, if you open a bank account, if you become a tenant, all of us have to do KYC, know your client. It's bloody painful. It's horrible. Okay, so you can stand in a queue, you can try to do it digitally, or you can have someone kind of hold your hand and look after you. We call it priority onboarding. So we've thought this through on purpose. You know, we've said, right, what would be the next step in terms of making this easy for people? Well, you will come in a VIP room, so you can literally both today, and at the next challenge, you literally come in a room with me. You're going to get over 6 hours of my time, which is worth $6,000 just on its own. You're going to get the Wealth Starter Pack, which is, you know, literally normally $197 in terms of that process, and you're going to get the investor priority onboarding. So that literally in 30 to 60 days, you know, by the time you're on the challenge, you've already literally got started, you're on the platform, you've hopefully made your first investment in terms of that process. So let me just recap what that's about. You know, literally the VIP experience, you come backstage with me for, you know, every single day for over, you know, 5 hours worth of coaching. You get all the Q&As and the replays all digitally, plus it all gets put into a lifetime training. So the entire challenge, you know, which you can't get online, you can only get as the VIP in terms of this process. And again, from experience, when we've done our other challenges, it's the VIP people who truly get the results. Then you get the starter pack light, which is literally, we give you a voucher to get going. You also join the Wealth Hacker community. And, you know, it's just a onboarding way to get you started. Stop making excuses, get started. It's the only way to start investing with $10. And we literally put this together because we thought to ourselves, well, let's follow Andrew Carnegie's principle. Like, not mine. I didn't come up with this. Andrew Carnegie did. I learned it from a guy called Roger Hamilton. So you make a commitment. You literally get started. Okay? You're going to build the confidence over time because you've got a full support team. You're going to get the clarity because you're part of the Wealth Hackers and you've got access to the Wealth University. And ultimately, you're going to get your success. We've literally built the steps so that you can do it. So for me, what is the Wealth Hacker community all about? Well, it's a like-minded community. If you try to do something on your own, you've got a less than 50% chance of succeeding. If you do it with a husband, a business partner, a friend, a wife, you've got about a 60% chance of succeeding. But if you do it in a like-minded community, you've got over 70% chance of succeeding. You know, we've got a whole lot of stuff that we've got in the university, like Motivation Mondays, where we bring stuff out. We've got Wealth Insights, where every Friday I bring out a short little 5-minute clip on something I've learned from a wealthy person that week. We've got the Wealthy Wednesdays. We haven't been doing them for a while, but it's something I want to start again next year with the Lunch and Learn. In the Knowledge, we've got all the digital courses. We've got real people and real stories where you can, you know, people say, oh, Scott, it's too good for you. But I don't believe that. Go and listen to real people and real stories about how they've achieved it. You got Wealth Hacks, which is where I go and I look at people like Richard Branson or Kathy Wood or Warren Buffett or Ray Dalio, and I take all of their knowledge and I try and synthesize it for you in like 90 minutes. And then we've even got other expert webinars like people like James Painter who come along and share what's happening with currency, etc. So you get the discounts on those, and sometimes you get upgrades to the VIP room in terms of that process. So that's all the stuff. But if I come back to the action bundle, just so that it's very clean and easy for you, you're getting the VIP experience, which is worth over $5,000. actually 9,000 to be exact. And people have literally paid $47 for it. You're getting the starter pack light that's worth about $1,500. And, you know, we actually charge $197 for that. And you're getting the investor priority onboarding. So that literally everyone that said commitment there's no other way, because you made a commitment to make it easy for you to get started. The total value is literally, if you take literally what people have paid for all of this, it's over $1,500. But what's interesting to me is if you look at people like Manu Wapi. Manu came, you know, 10 years ago, I met him, and he had literally been investing. He's a very successful investor. But when he first invested, he lost $250,000. And I often say to people, well, it's not just what you make, it's also what you want to save. Like, you don't want to, you know, what can you afford not to lose? And you know, by working with people that have been there, made the mistakes, you can avoid a lot of those mistakes. You know, Manu went on to be an investor and ultimately become a shareholder in terms of it, etc. You know, in terms of another lady, Hilda, you know, Hilda started investing in us in 2013. She started investing in commercial buildings. I actually got her invited to Necker Island with Richard Branson. When she moved to America in 2019, she was able to live off her commercial properties for 2 years, which allowed her to get established and set up in America. You know, Michael and Lee Honeysett. Michael came on a buyer's trip in 2013. He wanted to invest internationally. He came with me to America. He paid $2,000 just to come on the trip. You know, my buyer's trip expense, plus he paid $5,000 for the trip. And, you know, he was very clear on what his objective was. He wanted his daughters they were teenagers at the time, to be able to study anywhere and to be able to live anywhere and get themselves established. Well, 10 years later, I'm super excited for Michael, Lee, and their family that he's achieved his objective. His daughters and him are living in England. They've studied, you know, and they're now working and living where they want to. And he achieved it. And he wrote me something very kind. He said, you know, when I joined, it was the best money I've ever spent. And he said it would never have happened if I tried to do it myself. So this is not my opinion. It's what others have done over the years. And it's not all big numbers. You know, Muhammad wrote and he said, thanks for having the $10 entry. Makes me feel like a property tycoon. Move over Gary Cardone or Trump. He means Grant Cardone. But I just love it because it shows how everyone can participate. Jody came on the investor roadmap, the same thing you're in right now, last year, and, you know, was able to get going and start investing in terms of the process. Frick started investing within 7 days and literally said down the bottom here, it was mind-blowing. Trevor, you know, started investing a couple of years ago, joined the community, made his first investment in April 2021, and has now made, you know, so he's looking to make 2 to 5 investments per year, copying Ray Dalio's formula.
Hi, Rolf, we were here together and we had DealerX, and you literally came up to me and said, been using the platform for the last year. Tell us about your experience.
Well, I first was skeptical about the platform and then I gave it a go. I've been investing on the platform for a year about. Very easy to use. Yeah, brilliant deals to invest in internationally. Yeah, so very happy with the platform as well.
And are you getting your returns?
Yes, I am.
So talk to us about that. So, you know, it's all good and well to go and invest in something, but where do you get your money back? How does it work?
Well, I get paid back into my wallet, and I can reinvest that again.
It's awesome. I talk about like chicken that lays an egg and then, you know, creates another chicken that lays another egg. So, awesome, Rolf. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And thanks. One last question for people. For those that are skeptical like you from a year ago, what did you say to them?
Well, just do it. You've got nothing to lose. Do your due diligence. But yeah, take the step.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much, mate.
And then finally, you know, this is actually a 12-year-old. She's my goddaughter, and even she was able to get started. So what's really interesting is you don't only have to think about yourself, you can think about your children, you can think about those special. We're coming up to Christmas. Maybe rather than giving a Christmas bonus, you give people the ability to get started, because I believe that it's the greatest gift you can give someone. In terms of Celeste, I saw you said there, Ann Wilson, you've got it in the action bundle. Yes, she was part of the challenge. She's part of the challenge, and she changed your life. She's an incredible lady. I highly recommend. So, you know, if you want to, you can go look. There's lots of testimonials on Trustpilot. You can go read all about it and what different people have said, and 4,000 other people that have all been through this. And so what we literally said was in the action bundle, let's keep it super simple for people. Literally, it's a yes/no decision. I made a commitment. Do I want this? Yes or no? So you get the VIP experience, which is worth, over $5,000. You get the Wealth Starter Pack that is worth $1,500, and you get the Investor Priority Onboarding Service. And if you take all of that, the total retail, literally, if we take the price that we've charged for those different things over the last couple of years, about $1,500. We decided, to slash that about a year ago. And, if you take the price that we charged for the last year or so, it was about $244, for this kind of, getting started action bundle. But Alex gave us a challenge and he said, Scott, why don't you make this literally a no-brainer? Like literally a no-brainer. It's Blue Thursday. People want freedom. So I've got some super good news, because for us, we just want people to get started. And so we literally are offering it for $27. It's our action bundle. You literally go to wealthactionbundle.com. You literally go to that website, wealthactionbundle.com. It's $27. It's an 89% discount. I mean, hey, we're all getting excited for Black Friday. We might as well give you an extra discount. But quite frankly, like I don't care about the discount. Whether you pay $200 or $27 is not going to change my life at all. But what I do want to do is remove all the barriers to entry. Now, why is it not free? If we're wanting to remove the barriers to entry, well, then it's because, when people pay, they pay attention. If you literally, pay a few dollars, you're making that commitment. So it's back to Andrew Carnegie's principle. You're making a commitment, you're getting started. Okay, so I don't know what more to do as a no-brainer. And people go, why would you do it? And I was giving it some thought because, again, there'll be people going, oh, it sounds too good to be true. And, whatever's, and there's probably some catch or scam or whatever. And the truth is, no, that's none of that stuff. Firstly, we can do it because we built a digital product, and because the trainings and stuff are digital, it's now a possibility. So it allows us to do it, basically. Secondly, it's fun. It's cool. How fun is it to say to people, it normally costs thousands of dollars, but you can do it for $27. I think it's pretty cool. I love it. As you can see, I love having fun. And I can't work hard without having some fun in the process. I think it's pretty cool. The third thing for me, you heard me talk about Zig Ziglar's principle. My passion is to help everybody invest the top 1%. Again, if you can, just like Zig Ziglar, if you can help everybody else get what they want, then you can have anything you want. So my philosophy is, if I can help hundreds of you today, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, then not only are we all going to get our objectives, but we also individually are going to get our objectives. So that's our why. But there's also a fourth reason, and that's really that, from experience, more than 50% of people actually become investors and reinvest and stuff. So $27 is irrelevant to me. But what I'm actually interested in is helping people get results and reinvesting. So see it as an investment from our side in you. It's basically a no-brainer to get going so that you can, get started. But over time, I expect us to go on a long journey together. You'll want to go up the aspirational ladder. You'll want to invest, et cetera, and we'll all benefit long term. So again, our interests are aligned. You're noticing how this all starts to make sense, basically. So anyway, so that's our sort of ethical understanding, just so that you understand why we're doing it. The only catch to it is that in sort of Black Friday, Cyber Monday sequence, there is a timer to it. It does count down. And once that timer expires, it will disappear. Why do we do that? Because we only want to deal with action takers, and people that have analysis paralysis don't get results, and we don't really like dealing with results, with people that don't like results. So people that don't tend to take action then have excuses. They like to blame others. They'll blame me. So we've learned get rid of them quickly. So I'm sorry to be direct, but that's the truth. So anyway, that's where you go, wealthactionbundle.com, $27. I don't know what more to do to help people get started. If you don't get started with this, that's your choice. But yeah, we literally made it a no-brainer. My expectation would be that every single person that's here would sign up for this. It does actually remind me of Michael Anisette. You know, Michael said to me only years later, once I got to know him, he said, Scott, you know, I really didn't trust you. It sounded too good to be true. I was sitting in an event in Durban, and now you tell me I can fly to America and I can go buy houses and I can get 8% return. And, you know, I'm buying the houses at a really cheap discount and I can protect myself against the Rand devaluation. It sounds too good to be true. There must be a catch. And I sort of said to him, well, why don't you just come on a buyer's trip? And he actually negotiated with me a cheaper price on the buyer's trip. I gave him a 50% discount. I don't know why I did, but I did. And I remember thinking to myself, like, that's the most ridiculous story because, like, this guy's asking for a discount to fly to America. And now we're going to go buy houses that are worth $80,000, $90,000, $100,000. Like, I mean, this guy's not going to be able to afford it. Well, anyway, it had nothing to do with that. All he was trying to do was dip his toe and take as little risk as possible to get going. And when he came on the buyer's trip, you know, we built rapport, we built trust, and he ended up buying 4 houses, and then, you know, the rest is history. So our philosophy in the digital environment is to make this just literally I call it a Michael only said moment. It's like a dip the toe. Most of you will spend $27 tonight if you go to a restaurant or a pub, or it's probably what you spend every week on coffees. So, you know, we've literally made it a no-brainer. So anyway, so Wealth Action Bundle, if you're interested. Just a couple of bonuses. We do a VIP session after every event. We've learned it really works for people to get inside my head and to ask any questions they've got. So anyone that joins the Action Bundle today will be invited to the VIP session today. You know, as an extra bonus, you'll get a $10 commission vouchers. You're going to give us $27 and we're going to give you $10 back. And we're going to put it into your digital wallet for you so that you can start investing. By the way, you can't invest on the platform from $10 yet unless you've done the Action Bundle. Only Action Bundle people can get going from as little as $10. You'll get access to our tax and currency partners. You'll get access to the investor test, which is something Shane and I built about 2 years ago, and we're looking to upgrade it. You'll get access to a course I built on the 8 steps to wealth through real estate. You'll get access to the power of clarity. You know, I started off today with why, and why is getting you clear on your 5 whys is so important. So I've got a module on how to get the power of clarity. You'll get access to our diversification masterclass. You know, we live in crazy times. Wars, inflation, interest rates, oil prices going up, load shedding, the Israeli conflict, etc. What do we actually do? Stock markets all over the place. How do we diversify? You know, James Painter talks about the guy that wrote chapter 2 of my book. He said that the stock market could go down anywhere from 50 to 85% over the next 5 to 10 years. Now, whether that's accurate or not, I'm not saying it is necessarily. What I'm saying is that there's no country, no currency, no asset class, no partner that is perfect, and you need to diversify over these markets. And that becomes critically important. And, you know, for what I like to do with people that are part of the mastermind is, you know, someone will come to me and say, hey, look, I've got $10,000 or I've got $100,000. How do we build a portfolio? And we do scenario planning. You know, as an example, this investor had $100,000 and we built a portfolio with a blended return of about 15% with a mixture between cash and income across multiple different countries, currencies, and partners. Then lastly, for people that join the Action Bundle, I've actually chucked in another learning lesson, which is creating lasting change. I learned from one of the best people in the world, a guy called Tony Robbins. He's one of the 100 most influential people in the world. And what he's very good at is pattern recognition. And so he taught me personally. I paid $15,000 to go on this course with a couple of hundred other people. And he literally taught me. I finally became his business partner here in Africa. But he taught me the methodology of getting results. So how do you take this knowledge and how do you actually turn it into results? And there's literally a scientific and systematic formula that you can follow. And as I said, I'm chucking that in on purpose because I'm not interested in people getting theory. I'm interested in people getting results. Yeah, it was business mastery duty. So I did business mastery, but then this was a follow-up thing. I did business mastery 2 in Fiji, and I then did creating lasting change. So why does this all work? Well, again, if we do it all on our own, okay, remember I said all the hard work all on our own, or we can use the laws of nature. You know, if a bird flying in a flock, it can fly 70% further than a bird flying on its own. So, you know, as an investor, do you want to be a bird flying on your own, or do you want to fly in a flock? So literally, I mean, it's weird. Think about the laws of nature. If you work in a like-minded group of people, you've got a 70% higher chance of success, according to Deepak Chopra. The laws of nature, birds can fly 70% further. Are you starting to notice the patterns in terms of this? Yes, visual, it does work for Australians. It works for everyone. It's been designed for everyone around the world. As I said, we've got people in 171 countries. And just in case it sounds too good to be true, you've got a money-back guarantee. So as long as you turn up to the VIP sessions, no questions asked, we'll give you your money back. And why? Because without being arrogant, I've been doing this for a very long time. I've helped and seen people get results. There are sometimes those crazy few that are like, oh, this doesn't work for me. And we're like, whatever, we just give them their money back because it's actually easier not to work with them. But after you've experienced it, you know, I have no doubt that, so we literally make it, you know, it's risk-free. There's a no nonsense money back guarantee in terms of that process. So just to remind you, you're getting access to the VIP room, you're getting the Wealth Starter Pack, which includes the $10 to get going, and you get the investor priority onboarding. The total value in today's, literally the retail price is $1,500, but as part of our action bundle, literally it's $27. So we just made it a no-brainer. If you don't do it, I look forward to your excuses in the future. Sorry to be direct. Cool. Who's this for? It's for people who are into personal development. It's people who want passive income. It's for people who believe in the power of community. But in simple terms, it's people that want the fastest, safest, simplest way with the least hassle and complexity. That's what we're doing. Who's it not for? It's not for people who don't commit. It's not for complainers and blamers. It's not for time wasters, and it's not for difficult personalities. And then finally, why we believe you should work with us. Well, I gave you all the excuses. The biggest three people use: I don't have the time, I don't have the money, and I don't have the knowledge. If you don't have the time to literally go online and invest now and make that commitment, I've shown you how to get the knowledge. And if you don't have $27, then you know you've got a much, much bigger problem that you need to be dealing with. So yeah, we've removed all the barriers in terms of that process. And then finally, we're the only ones that do global diversification that I'm aware of. So we're the only ones that can help you invest. You know, everyone else will help you invest in London property or medical buildings in America or structured notes. We're the only ones that have a holistic view to help you invest in different countries, different assets, different partners, different currencies with global diversification. Just by the way, Radwana, we're not done. We're not done at all. I've still got 4 more steps to take you through. So just to show you what I believe in terms of, you know, Warren Buffett says the greatest investment in the world is to invest in yourself. I've always believed in masterminds and investing in myself to get to the next level. So when I wanted to learn about exponential technology, I joined Singularity University, which is on the NASA campus in Silicon Valley. This guy's Peter Diamandis. It cost me $14,000 to be part of that. As an entrepreneur, I've been part of this for 10 years with some of the top entrepreneurs around the world. And that's $25,000 a year. I joined Mavericks, which is a group of entrepreneurs out of America. And that actually got me to go to Necker Island. Sorry, that was us in Bali with Roger Hamilton. And then Tony Robbins actually joined his whole business mastery and then actually was part of Platinum. And that cost me $50,000. And this was actually me and him here. I'm looking a bit younger there, but this is actually me and him on Fiji, which is when I learned that whole creating lasting change. So yeah, it just shows you, you know, if I didn't believe in investing myself, if I didn't think I got a return on investment, I wouldn't keep doing it. Every time I've done it, you know, it's gone to another level. I remember when I spent $50,000, my mother was like, Scott, you've officially lost it. I think we need to send you to hospital. And yet I learned stuff at that event in Fiji where I have more than doubled my income in the next 3 months. It was phenomenal. So yeah, just, you know, sometimes investing in yourself, well, no, from my experience, investing in yourself is the greatest investment I've ever made. And that's why we created the Wealth Action Bundle. So yeah, there it is, $27. I think it's time to rock and roll. I just want to share one other gift for you. And again, it's sort of within the theme of this whole Black Friday, Blue Thursday, Freedom, Cyber Monday. But, you know, for me, the 2 greatest things that you need basically to do this are you need the right information and you need the right partners. It's that simple. And so, and obviously you need to take action. So you need the right information, the right partners, you need to take action. So what Shane and I built was we created Wealth Going Global to give people the right information. Okay. Again, it's a 6-module course where you choose the top 5 countries, the top 5 currencies. And just by the way, you can literally go to the website here. Give me 2 seconds. I did have it open. Nope, where did I have it open now? Just give me yeah. There we are. So you got Wealth Going Global, where you got the different countries, currencies, etc. You can see now, you can literally go online and buy this for $497. You can read all about it. You can see what's involved in it. You can see all the different testimonials and what different people have achieved, etc. I've shown you also, if you go into the course, it's all here, and literally it's a home study course. Then the next thing we've got is Asset Mastery. And Asset Mastery is actually interesting because that's the right partners. So what I do as part of the mastermind is I go out. The greatest gift I can give people is access to partners. Because I've been doing this for more than 2 decades. So I know what works. I know what doesn't work. I made a lot of mistakes, and I also keep making mistakes, but hopefully I make less than now because I've got the experience. So I bring in the partners. So I don't bring in a professor to teach you about bloody private equity. I bring in a company and an individual that's been doing it for 20 plus years. They teach you about the asset class of private equity. They teach you about, all the fundamentals. They teach you about the opportunity. They teach you about the risks. And then we actually go through real life examples, because I like to learn while doing. I think it's bloody stupid to learn about stuff and not actually learn while doing. So asset class mastery is actually 15 different modules where you go into every single asset class. It's about 90 minutes a module. And most importantly, you meet the right partner. So you're learning about the asset class, but you're also meeting the partner. So again, if you go into this, you can literally see here, it costs $190, just short of $2,000. And you can literally go into it. Here are the 15 most commonly known assets. Here are the 8 golden rules. So like how we choose our assets. And then these are the ones that we cover. So we've got multifamily, industrial logistics, medical office, co-living, London residential, first mortgage debt, retail, aged care, ETFs, structured notes, gold and silver, private equity, venture capital, crypto, etc. And it's all here, you can see. So it's a very comprehensive course that we put together. And again, it's a home study course. You literally go through it, and each one of the different asset classes is here, and you can literally meet the partner in terms of that process. Now, just to give you an absolute no-brainer, for people that are part of the Wealth Action Bundle, we've actually chucked this in as you'll see it. So once you buy the Action Bundle, you'll see that there's an opportunity to get involved in that. And we've given you a 76% discount. Okay, and to make it even better, a couple of years ago, a friend of mine, 20 years ago to be exact, I love rugby, and I was literally going to a rugby game to watch South Africa play Ireland. And my mate phoned me up. He said, "Hey, you need to come on this property course." And I also love property. I said, "Dude, don't be crazy. It's a flipping, like I've got a rugby game to go watch." And he said, "No, come." And he persuaded me anyway. I finally went along. The guy's name was Dr. Hunter Strad. It was a very valuable experience that I went through. And I finally found out why my mate was so intent on me coming, because Hunter Strad had given a 2-for-1 discount. And so what happened is my mate basically dragged me along, and I ended up working with Hunter for over 10 years. So it was very valuable on Hunter's behalf to give a 2-for-1, because it meant that he got his mates involved. And I got involved. Years later with Business Mastery 2, it cost $30,000 to go to Fiji, but they also gave a 2-for-1 special. So I was like, hey, I want to get, my mate to come along. So my mate Andrew came along, and so surreal because I'm talking about him right now and he just phoned me. But anyway, my point being is that there's a huge value in 2-for-1. So anyone that buys the Action Bundle is actually going to be given an opportunity to buy both Wealth Going Global and Asset Mastery. And if you buy it for yourself, a 76% discount. If you buy it with a friend, it's an 88% discount. And maybe you're in a gifting mode and you want to buy one for yourself and give it to someone else for Christmas, whether it's your children or your godchildren, or maybe a work employee, or maybe one of your team members. There's nothing better than gifting something forward in terms of that process. So why does everyone have to do it individually? Well, I think you've probably seen that because you build your own wealth plan, you build your own investor strategy sheet. So it's not something you can just share your logins with. You can if you want to, like people get away with that. But the point being is that that's irrelevant because it's much more powerful to have your own wealth plan. So anyway, so that's just a value add for people to take the action bundle as well. And then finally, according to Harvard, you've got a 400% better chance of results if you have a coach. So I mean, I've been using coaches since my early 20s. The best sports teams in the world all have a coach. The best individuals in the world all have a coach. The best business teams in the world all have a coach. And my question is, do you have a coach? And so, I created the mastermind so that I could work with people and coach them and help them through the process. But what we did was I don't have the time and people can't afford to work with me personally. So we've actually, with a bunch of the coaches that I was trained with, we've actually brought them in so that we've got a coach to actually hold them accountable in terms of the process. And so if people join up with the action bundle, and by the way, how many of you have gone and bought a book or bought a course and haven't actually had someone to hold your hand and hold you accountable? So we've literally got a coach that'll help you for 4 months to go through the structure. It's every 2 weeks for 4 months, so 8 sessions, literally hold your hand, hold you accountable so that you get the results. And for people that are part of the action bundle, you get a 47% discount with regards to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is our crazy Blue Thursday. It's all in the name of freedom. It's all in the name of giving you the opportunity in terms of getting started. And like with everything, I do remind you that there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. We back ourselves. A lot of people have been through this process, and we've had such a minuscule amount of people ask for their money back that it actually is irrelevant to us, which is why we give people the peace of mind. Okay, so just while I bring up what all the different people have said, again, if you're interested, just go to wealthactionbundle.com. Michael, I know that you are actually a mastermind member already, but Wealth Hackers, Wealth University, Wealth Migrate, Wealth Going Global, Wealth Action, what is the name of the company? So the holding company is Wealth Migrate, Mike, and effectively we've created subsidiaries over the time. Wealth University is the learning section. So basically Wealth University is the learning part of the business. It's a separate independent business, and then Wealth Migrate is the investment part of the business. So anything that's got to do with learning and community is under Wealth University, and the investment side is Wealth Migrate in terms of that process. But yeah, thousands of people have done this, and you can go read all about it on Trustpilot if you want to. Okay, $27. I don't know what more to do other than literally give it to you for free. And by the way, there's no point in giving it to you for free. We used to do that, by the way. I used to stand on stage and give people $100 vouchers, and I've done it to thousands of people. And guess how many people actually went and clocked their voucher? Take a guess. Take a wild guess. Just write up a number, a percentage out of 100. So if I gave 100 people $100, a real $100, literally $100 in real money to invest, how many of them do you think went and actually invested? Yep. So people saying 2%, 1%. Those that are saying 60, 20 are like way off. It was less than 3%. It was unbelievable. I give you $100 to invest. I tell you how to do it, and you still don't take action. So there's a guy that works with Roger Hamilton years ago, and he came to me and said, Scott, you're a flipping idiot. Why are you giving people $100? They don't even know if they want this. He said, let them give you a little bit of money, just a little bit of money, because then they're proving they're committed. Give them back some of the money so that they can invest. But let them make the commitment first, because otherwise you're making the commitment in them and they haven't made a commitment to you. So that's why we reverse engineered it. And that's why there's a $27 up front. You're making a commitment to this. So yeah, that's the logic if you want to understand it. It's quite weird. Half these stories today, I'm sure Shane can attest to. I've never even told them before. I don't know why. I'm just excited today. We've never offered it at $27. I'm sort of trying to justify why it's so bloody stupid to do this. Anyway, why it's such a stupid price. I'm just super excited to seeing people's results. Okay, let's rock and roll. Let's go to the final 4 steps. As a couple of people said, Scott, this has been wonderful. I want to go home now. No, you're not going home. We're now getting into the action part of this. So this is about setting up your investment. So let's take Wealth Migrate. Now, by the way, this course is meant to be like you can go to any investment platform. I don't know all the other investment platforms, because I use our investment platform, okay? So what is Wealth Migrate? Well, it's a digital online platform where you can go and invest literally in a couple of minutes. You can invest from as little as $10. You don't have all the hassles, the management, the maintenance, the tax, You don't have to manage tenants and broken toilets. All that you do is you look for true global wealth. It's about getting access to the best information and the best partners. And how does it work? Well, there's 4 simple steps. You sign up, you complete your profile, you fund your wallet, and you invest. So let's look at those 4 steps quickly. So I've just got some screenshots here because I can't go back and like sign up again. I mean, I could, I suppose, but I don't really want to. So I've got screenshots for you. So you would go in, you literally go to wealthmigrate.com. I know Shane will put up a link there because you can get some extra bonuses if you haven't already signed up as a member. And you literally go and you sign up. It's like signing up for anything. I mean, it'd take you like 30 seconds in terms of the process. You choose your country. Okay, so again, it's important for us from a compliance perspective to know where different people come from. And you also choose the level of investor you're at. So we're out of England, we regulate out of England. It's called self-certified, which means it's your responsibility to tell us what level of investor you are. And then different investments are made available to different level investors in terms of that process. Then number 2, you've got to verify your account and complete your profile. So this is where you go in, you put in all your personal information, you put in your KYC, your know your client. So it'll be like your passport and your proof of address. Please follow the instructions. You'll see on the right-hand side there, it says, get these documents ready. Please follow the instructions. If it says a color picture, use a color picture. If it says, do it on both sides, do it on both sides. Because otherwise you're just going to complain and say it's difficult. And I know that I'm bad with attention to detail, so I'm trying to help you avoid what I do. Because I'm the type of like, here's my passport, and it's like I don't even read the instructions, and then I do it wrong. So just read the instructions, go through the pain once. You only have to. It is painful. Unfortunately, it's not our rules. It's worldwide regulation. But you just do it once, and then it's done forever. You never ever have to do it again. So you upload all your documents. It's all online. And again, this is where the priority onboarding comes in. If you've taken the action bundle, then you can actually have a human to help you through this process if you want. Then you send your funds to your wallet. So now you've got your own digital wallet. We work with Lemonway in Europe, and you send your. It's very important to use your specific unique code there. You've got all the bank details, and you literally deploy your money. By the way, you can withdraw your money as well in terms of that process. So just for people that are part of our platform, we give them access to our wealth consultants. We give them access to our investor strategy guide so that you can literally go in and look at it. I will give you access to our e-wealth pack, which is like my last 20 years worth of knowledge. And we'll give you free access to the Wealth University. So our whole logic is to keep giving back, keep giving value basically in terms of that process. So that's the benefits of signing up on the Wealth Migrate platform. It's free, and you get going in terms of the process. Let's go to step number 6, how the platform works. So now we're into the how, ladies and gentlemen. This gets to be the exciting point because now we're into the real action. So now you got to browse the marketplace. And it's at this point that I want to go live, because now for me, you might as well see me do it. I always joke, anyone can do a presentation, but what about seeing me do it live? So I go to the platform, you're seeing me do it live now. And I go sign in. And I literally sign into my account. So you're watching me do this live. So now I'm into my platform. Okay, so just a couple of things that are relevant here. Let's just let it open up quickly. So what's relevant here? Firstly, I can put my profile. I can invest in either my own name, or I can invest in an overseas company name. So I've got my own name plus my overseas company. I can go see my wallet. So I can go and see my wallet. And I can see, all of my money that's in my wallet. And I can see where it's come from. I can do statements. How cool is it that you get everything in one place? I don't have to go and do it all. I can deposit money. So just remember, it's very important to use that payment reference. If you're updating in the last year, Lemonway have changed to Barclays Bank. So just make sure that you use the right banking details. But anyway, everything's here in terms of making the deposit. If I want to take money out, I'm in complete control. I go back and I can take my money out, and it goes back to my bank account. I'm not going to do it because I want to leave my money in the structure. I can go manage my portfolio. So this is where all the stuff we've spoken about KYC. Just by the way, if I go and change anything, then I would have to update my KYC again. Yes, you can invest via a trust or a company, Shiraz, but it is a longer, deeper question depending on what country you come from. So as an example, I've invested via a company here, an offshore company, but you can't invest from a South African trust or a South African company. I don't want to get specific to countries on this course, but there are, because of exchange control, there are some issues with South Africa, nothing to do with us. Then you can go to your portfolio. So I can go to all my investments, and I can literally go in and I can see all my different investments. I can see when I purchased them, what the distributions are, what the target returns were, what the projected exit dates are. I can go in and cancel an investment until it closes. So I actually made an investment in this New York deal. I'm going to show you how this works now. You can see my total investments, my total, I can go through my independent portfolio, etc. But anyway, it's all there. I don't want to go into too much detail today. Now, you can go look at, I'm on the marketplace now. You can go look at all the deals that we've spoken about. I mean, just an example, I mean, there's the one, the First Central Tower one that I showed you today that we invested in. So I mean, you can even go back and look at some of the older deals in terms of the process. This was the deal that I told you, it's like the best looking building I ever invested in, but the one where they couldn't fix the interest rates. And so it's caused us to have a capital call. But I mean, that's the building. I mean, did you ever in your life think you could invest in buildings like this, in this process? So yeah, right next to the train station. Yeah. So anyway, it just gives you a type of example. But anyway, let's get real. Let's go and invest. So Manhattan, New York, I literally go in and I can see now, I can watch the webinars. So you can see here, here's the opportunity about Manhattan. I can watch the entire webinar on Manhattan with the partner. Obviously, it's all about the Statue of Liberty. How's this for a location? So I don't know how well you know Manhattan, but you've basically got the financial district here. You've got the World Trade Center. You've got the New York Stock Exchange. The Statue of Liberty sits there. You're literally in the heart of the financial district. You've got 3 bridges. You've got multiple tube stations. Like from a location perspective, you literally don't get better. You're investing in this building. It's an old Catholic church that has been bought and is being renovated into 55 apartments. And then this is the images with all the architectural designs of what it'll look like once it's actually complete. So it's a very unique building. If you've been in New York, you'll know that the buildings are bloody tiny, the rooms are tiny. So to have spacious buildings with high lofts and stuff is a very unique opportunity in terms of it. Now you can see on the right hand side here, the cash on cash return is a 10% return. So you're getting a 10% return in dollars. It's a 1-year investment. You can see who the partner is plus the due diligence. You can see that this is in the space of multifamily. It's a developed sponsor, and the risk is value add. So again, on the right hand side here, you can see what value add is. And again, you've got your cheat sheets. You can go read all about it. You can read about it here. I love the calculator, so I can literally go and say, okay, well, I'm going to invest $100,000. What does that mean to me? And it automatically calculates, what the fees are. So we're very transparent. We believe a lot in transparency. We copied Airbnb here to be very transparent. And you can literally see exactly what, green is in your pocket. So what fees are you going to, what is the income you're going to get? What are the fees? You can switch it off with fees. So you can literally see what the platform's earning over time. You can see it with fees. So, if you're investing, what did I have here? $10,000, you're going to make $11,035 over the year, which is where the return of just over 10%. So it's a net return. You can download all the documentation. So you can literally go and read, all the documentation. So if you go in here, I've downloaded the documentation. And if I want to download the brochure, I can also go and download the brochure in terms of, let it just download. Some of us are like this. We like to download stuff. Like me, some people like to download and print it out. So, I mean, you can literally go download the brochure, and you've got everything here with regards to the brochure. It teaches you all about the investment, et cetera, et cetera. Some people are lazy and they just want it done for them. So they can literally click on this download deal summary, and it literally gives everything into one PDF that they can print out in terms of that process. So there's the deal summary. So literally everything that's on this platform, you can go and print out. If you, like me, a bit old school and want to print it all out and just read it, it's all here. So you've got the risks. So what I hate about investing is where they hide the risks on page 32 of the investment. So there you've got the risks. You can see them. You've got the milestones. You can read about the investment summary. You can read about the market summary. You can see how the distributions are going to work. You can read about who the sponsor is. And you can read about the due diligence partner, and then how the deal structure is going to work. So you basically got access to everything. Now, check how cool this is. I've decided I want to invest. I basically decided I'm going to invest $1,000, and I can see I'm going to pay $30 initiation fee. I go continue. I digitally click all the buttons, which means I'm digitally signing the contracts. I can download the contracts here. I should download and read them, but in my case, I know what the contracts are. I go agree. I go make investment. Boom, boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, in 30 seconds or less, you've just watched me invest in Manhattan, New York. And if I go to view my portfolio, you can literally see my investment is sitting there. My $1,000, I just did it today. But now I suddenly see I made a mistake. Oh, wait, hang on. I did this twice. Shit, I didn't want to do that twice. Let me cancel that investment. And the investment is canceled. So now I've just got the one investment. I'm going to stop sharing quickly. Now, if I'm in a room, okay, this is where I expect people to jump to their feet and go, this is flipping amazing. But then I know that you all just think it's normal. And why I get so excited is that people, back to that simplicity thing, what you don't understand is that it looks like 4 simple steps, but it's taken 28 years worth of work from an incredible team to make it simpler and safer, simpler and safer, simpler and safer, simpler and safer. 10 years ago, you had to fly with me to America. You had to open up a company. You had to open up a bank account. Then you bought a house. It took months, if not years, with a hell of a lot of complexity, cost, and hassle. Same in England, same in Australia. And I've literally just shown you how to do it. Once you set up and your wallet is funded, I've shown you how to do it in under 30 seconds. So I'm glad a couple of other people are excited. Vishal, do you invest in India, China, or Australia? India, I want to invest in. We're just trying to find the right partners at the moment. China, no, we haven't. We've had an office in China since 2016, but that's been helping Chinese people invest in first world markets. And yes, we've been investing in Australia since 2015. So when good deals come along in Australia, we do them. Okay, sorry, I get super excited about this stuff. And it's interesting, our older investors, like the guys like Michael, actually get more excited than our new people, because people like my son who's 11, it's like, yo, that's obvious. That's how the world should work. But they don't know what we had to go through as investors even 10 years ago. And just by the way, all of you that own residential property know what I'm talking about. You compare this to investing in a residential property with all the bloody hassle involved, and then you'll understand why I sold all 16 properties, every single one. I was like, this is ridiculous. Low returns, high hassle, high bloody risk, high maintenance versus high returns, low hassle, much lower risk and low returns. Oh, just by the way, well, actually, I'm going to show you now. Let me give you an example. So that's how the platform works. So let's go into just some track record. I told you we've got members from 171 countries. We've now done just short of 1.4 billion. We've had over $100 million invested. We've paid out $35 million in dividends or exits in terms of the process. The average transaction size, I know you've heard me talk about $10, but the average transaction size for an investor is $36,000. So we've had everything from $10 to a couple of $1 million. Our repeat investors about 76%. We've done over 7,500 transactions. The question everyone wants to ask, but is always too nervous, how do we make money? It's quite simple. We've copied Airbnb. We charge a transaction fee up front of 3%, which again, transparently, that pays for the platform costs, that pays for the structure costs, because we need to set up a special purpose vehicle, an SPV, and it pays for the investor acquisition and marketing. So whether that's an affiliate or directly to marketing. Where we make the majority of our money is because this is just costs up front. I mean, if you and I bought a house, there's costs up front to buying a house. We take a profit share. So just like Airbnb, we only make money when you make money. Very important philosophy. We make money when you make money. So if you think about it, in the old financial industry, they make money whether they make money for you or whether they lose money, but they still make money every month. That's the old way of renting a house, where you had to pay to be on a platform or whatever, and whether they rent it out or not was irrelevant. With Airbnb, they only charge you if they rent your house out and make you money. They make money when you make money. We're exactly the same thing. We only make money when you make money, which, by the way, from a due diligence perspective, puts more pressure on us, because we can't put crap on the deal on the platform, because you've got it. We want you to make money because we only make money when you make money. Remember, our interests are aligned now. So let's go to step 8, investing. So I've actually taken you through this process of investing and shown you how it works, but I want to take you through a real life deal. So I don't have time today to go through this whole thing. I'm conscious of the time already. There's an hour-long webinar where I literally went through this project with our partner, but I just want to take you through some of the highlights. And by the way, if you don't know where it is, sign up to Wealth Migrate. And again, if you go to the marketplace and you go to the platform, you know, there's the webinar. It's sitting there. You can literally click on it. You go to YouTube and you can watch it, basically. Okay, so it's all there. You know, you play it and you put it full size, and you can literally watch the webinar. It's an hour and 11 minutes long. So I'm not going to, you know, repeat everything, because that's a ridiculous waste of time. So just back to our due diligence system. The way we work is we start with a macro country analysis. So which countries do we want to be in? Like right now, China is not a great place in terms of GDP growth and everything else. And again, I'm not having a go at different places. What's really important for me, you look at the different countries. So we believe a lot in investing in first world countries, first world assets, because you're getting first world incomes and you got protection of wealth. Then you look at currencies. Which currencies do you want to be in? Then you look at micro cities. Which cities do you want to be in, and which sectors? You know, like, do you want to be in industrial or do you want to be in hotels? Then you get down to the property investment and the partner. So you've got the partner first, then the property investment. You look at the partners, you find the right partners, then you look at the properties. Then you have to do a financial structuring so that it's tax efficient. You know, you do a final due diligence. You have to maximize your investment, and ultimately you get a return. So when I do, if you're part of Wealth Going Global, again, if you join the Action Bundle, you'll get that, you know, 78% discount or whatever it is. I actually take you through this. So this is some of the formulas I use, where I teach you which countries to invest in. And it's funny we got asked about India, because the two countries that are sitting in high return, low risk are America and India right now. So America is lower return, but arguably less risk. And India is slightly higher return and slightly higher risk, but both of them are in the yellow quadrant. So I can't teach this to you today, but this is all goes into depth in Wealth Going Global, how to choose the right countries in terms of your investment strategy. In terms of the market summary, you know, if you look at it, New York, there's a large demand coming into New York. You always want to look at supply and demand. There's more demand than there is supply, so that's really, really important. Occupancy lows are some of the highest in the country, and the amount of stock, the amount of supply coming on the market is the lowest it's been in more than a decade. In terms of you know, new developments coming in, there's a massive problem in terms of supply because of both COVID and a problem they had with the tax planning. They believe they need 560,000 units by 2030. And over the last 5 years, they've only built 185,000. So they've got a major discrepancy between supply and demand. I've already shown you the location of the area. I mean, I've been investing in America since 2012. I've never been able to invest in New York, let alone Manhattan. And yet this is my first opportunity to test. How's this from a due diligence perspective? Do you want to do the due diligence yourself, or do you want to work with a team of people? So we work with Calio Private Equity. That's a family office. And Selwyn is the one that's really done the due diligence on this. By the way, he's got a PhD from Cambridge University. His entire experience is been in property for the last 20, 30 years, running funds. His partner, Glenn, is also a CA with all of their experience. And they've been doing this, and they've done, I think this is the third deal they've done with the partners there in New York. You've got to admit that even if you have 10, 20, $30 million with a large team of people that could help you, you know, you want to be working with partners like this to help you do the due diligence in terms of this. In terms of the partner on the ground and the execution, again, you can go and read all about Rivington and their experience, but they've done 185 properties throughout the US in terms of that process. So again, this is the property. The overview of the property is that it's being renovated. It's got a huge historical benefit to it. It's got mixed use potential. It's got architectural charm. I've already shown you with the ceilings. The neighborhood, again, you can go read all about this. I'm not going to regurgitate it. But what I like about it is you're also buying it at an attractive price. You're buying it at $255 a square foot when the average market price is between $500 and $1,100. So you're buying it at a discount. You always want to buy property at a discount in terms of that process. And then, you know, if you look here, these are just some of the architectural renderings that I've already shown you. These pictures are a little bit better because they on the website, it doesn't allow you to scale up. You can see the nice high volume ceilings. That's what it currently looks like that's being renovated in terms of the property. And then finally, the investment opportunity. So it's already zoned, and they effectively, it's a new development, or effectively a redevelopment. It's a 12-month loan. So you're getting a 12% gross return. It's a 10% net return. It's paid out quarterly, and there is the ability for a 6-month extension in terms of that overall process. So this is it's lower risk because you've got a first mortgage over the property. Again, that's very important in terms of protecting your capital. And the loan to value ratio is no more than 60%. So you're effectively being a bank. They're taking out the bank here. You're lending no more than 60% against the value of the property, and you're getting paid a 10% net return in your pocket over a year's period. So that's just an example of Manhattan. 10%, you know, cash on cash per year, a 12 to 18 month project, and you've got first mortgage security. Let's go to another deal. Oh, sorry. Whenever we do a deal, we also go through all the risks and we go through the opportunities. So again, if you watch the webinar, I go through all the risks, plus I go through all the reasons for the opportunity. And again, I would recommend, you know, looking at this if it's something of interest to you, or you can go read about it in the brochure. I don't have time today to go into each deal. That's not the purpose. I'm just trying to give you an idea of what you can invest in. And you've just watched me invest literally in this deal right now. Oh, something that's really interesting in this deal. They're raising $8 million, and it was taken up so quickly by American investors that we have been fighting to hold our corner. So the deal only went live yesterday. It's going to have to close in a couple of days, literally probably tomorrow or Monday, because we want to make sure we get in the investment. Our mastermind community got first access to it, and it's pretty much already oversubscribed. So it just shows you that when there's good deals, I mean, these are deals that are off market. You don't even, the world doesn't even know about them. But it just shows you that's a good sign. You know, when there's so little time, it's a good deal if other investors want to participate. So just to give you an example of some deals that are launching soon, we got a deal in Germany coming up. It's a 6% plus cash on cash return in euros. You've got about a 14% IRR, which is your total return, income and capital growth. And it's a 5-year investment. So it's in one of the industrial cities of Germany, Germany being the powerhouse of Germany. So, you know, I've been wanting to invest in Germany for 10 years and I haven't been able to do it. Again, through our partners, we've now got access to this. You know, and you can see here what this is all about. All the details will be on the platform within the next week, and we'll be launching this. This closes at the end of the year. Then we just got a new deal that literally came yesterday. It's the 3rd deal we did. Oh, by the way, this deal is the 4th deal that our partners have done with these guys. All 3 first ones have had successful exits. This is the deal. This is our 3rd deal. This is in a place called Indiana in America. It's called a triple sale leaseback. It's an 8.25% return. So you're getting about an 8% return in total. And if you look here, it's a 20-year lease, strong market fundamentals. You've got a corporate lease in place. So there's a 20-year lease with a company that's doing over $500 million a year. So the company is called marketing.com. Pretty cool name. They've been bought out by a private equity firm. So they've got security from the private equity firm. They're buying significantly below replacement cost. They've got 30 locations around the world. And so there's huge upside here. Plus there's 2 acres of land for additional future expansion. And again, I literally got this last night. We haven't even done proper due diligence on it yet, but I'm just telling you, it's in the pipeline in terms of this process. And this literally came up. So you're looking at an 8% plus cash on cash. You're looking at a 17% IRR and you're looking at 3 to 5 years. Just by the way, I can't remember who it was earlier that said to me, oh, but Scott, isn't 8% too high? I'm literally showing you 3 deals that you can invest in, you know, either today or in the next 2 weeks that are getting you an 8% plus return and an IRR, you know, around 15%. And then the last one, this is not a property deal. This is a pure private equity deal. This is in Austin in America. Again, in this deal, you're getting a 9% cash on cash in US dollars. It's a 3-year investment. And, you know, it's a private equity opportunity. Our partners in this deal have already put $20 million between a mixture of debt and equity. So, you know, again, a huge amount of substance in this opportunity. So, yeah, can you see, ladies and gentlemen, and I know I get super excited here, and I apologize for my excitement, but I've just shown you how you can invest in 2 different currencies, 4 different partners, okay, 4 different assets, and with different times across everything from 1 year to 3 years to 5 years. So when I talk about diversification across countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time, please don't tell me it's not possible. I've literally just shown you how to do it. Like, you can literally do it through the Wealth Migrate platform. Again, this is that moment where, you know, like, I just say, like, isn't that pretty cool? Because hopefully, remember what I said to you today? What was my number one intention of walking away from today? It was to give you belief. Remember, I said the 6 needs of an investor. The number one's belief. And I'm just showing you it's literally possible. So let's finish with number 9, and that's about earning. And I learned this from Dr. Hunt Australia. Literally, you know, it's step 9. Different people have different things. Ann Wilson has a different thing. Clem Sons has a different thing, but ultimately it says the same thing. Wealth is not a destination. You don't like work hard one day and then finally become wealthy. It's a journey. Okay. And my suggestion along the way is celebrate, have fun, and enjoy the journey. And so I learned this principle from Hunt Australia, the Mercedes principle, and it's all about investment allocation. So if you've got a surplus of $1,000 a month, okay, what you should probably do is you're going to have to break that down into interest, into capital, and into fun. So live a bit of life along the way. And you need to decide, you know, you're going to put $500 into capital, into your investments, or you're going to put $250 into fun. So you can have fun every month. And then you're going to put $250 into your interest and paying your expenses. And, you know, over time, your capital is going to build up, and that's going to build your assets, and that's going to pay your passive income. And your goal is ultimately when your passive income is more than your monthly expenses, and then you're free. But I love this. And again, I don't have time today to go into this, but I just wanted to share it with you that all of us can do it, whether you've got $100, $1,000, $10,000, $20,000, whatever the number is per month, you can allocate it like this. And this is how you build up your passive income and your freedom. Cheryl, you're asking, can a person add additional payments? The answer is, I think you're talking about into deals. The answer is no. Each deal is ring fenced and closes. But what you can do is do what I do, which is keep reinvesting. I mean, you saw me just invest $1,000 in the Manhattan deal. I'm keeping $1,000 for the German deal. And the reason being is that I believe it's like a chicken that lays eggs, and then those eggs become chickens, and then those chickens lay eggs, and you're effectively just reinvesting all the time. You can't go back and invest in the same deal you invested in, but you can invest in new deals, and those new deals keep giving you performance so that you're actually diversifying more and more, but you're doing it in a simple and safe way without any complexity because it's all in one place. And over time, your passive income is just building up. Okay, so that, ladies and gentlemen, is the 9-step process. I told you this morning, little under 3.5 hours ago, a little over 3.5 hours ago, that we'd go on a 9-step process. And I want to kind of give you a conclusion in terms of, you know, summing up kind of the 9-step process in terms of where we're at. So remember we started and I said, there's 9 steps from A to B, and you've got the fundamentals. It's where you build your strong foundation. Then you've got the setup, and then finally you got the investment. And what we've been on today, we got clear on your why. I've given you the tools with Shane to go and build your wealth plan, to get very clear on your why. You can go and do it yourself, or you can, buy the action bundle and, and then ultimately get involved in Wealth Going Global. And that can take you, through it in a systematic way. Or you can get a coach to actually hold your hand and, literally do it in a personalized way. Then you get clear on the what, and then finally on the how. Can you see the formula? Why, what, how? So the learning curve for any skill, all of you have come along today. So let's just take investing. I'm hoping that after 3.5 hours, your skills have improved. Yes, you might feel a bit overwhelmed. Yes, your eyes have been opened to a whole bunch of things you didn't know about. But would you probably agree that your skills have improved? But what's going to happen tomorrow? Well, tomorrow you're going to wake up. It's going to be Black Friday, and there's going to be deals and discounts, and your mate's going to be, if you do something quickly, you're going to be able to buy that shoe for 10% discount or 90% discount. And if you run over there, you might be able to buy that dress for a big. You get my point. And life will hit you in the face, and you're ultimately going to drop back down. But the good news is, by investing this 4 hours of your life, you're going to be at a different level to where you were yesterday. Now, one of the greatest gifts I was ever given. What do you do next? There's only one thing to do next. There's one word I'm looking for. It's repetition. This stuff, the mistake I made when I was younger is I thought I had to go and read another book, or I thought I had to go on another course, or I thought I had to get another coach. And I'd go and read the book, but I'd never do the stuff. And then I finally learned in 2010, it's not about getting new information. It's about implementing the information I already have. It's repeating. As Chet Holmes said, most people are trying to do 4,000 different things. You need to do 12 things 4,000 different times. So when you learn karate, you don't learn 4,000 different moves. You learn 12 moves and you practice it over and 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 over again. Repetition. So if investing is important to you, that's that repetition over and over and over and over again. Repetition is the mother of skill. That's how you grow the habit. And so we started out talking about the employee, and maybe that's the beginner investor. And then you got the self-employed, the doctor and the farmer and the accountant, they're the intermediate. And then you got the business owner, they're the advanced. But everyone is trying to get to the investor level, which is the how. Okay. And hopefully today I've taken you on a systematic approach to show you how to do it. I did share with you the 10 myths of investing. Again, I'll just to repeat to you, people think they have to do it by themselves. Hopefully I've proved to you that that's a load of bollocks. You've got to go on more seminar courses and, just keep doing courses and courses and courses. What a load of rubbish. I think the world's changed. You must learn by doing. I learned a great lesson with Bitcoin. Everyone was like learning about Bitcoin, but it's only when you actually physically bought Bitcoin that you really cared about whether the price went up or down. It's the exact same thing here. Invest $10 in an industrial deal in America or in New York or in Germany. Trust me, you'll start to pay attention. There's one great investment. So again, if I invest in that house or this Bitcoin, it'll all go up. Rubbish. It's the consistency which will get you there in the end with diversification. Buying that single house or apartment, I'm going to go buy a house in London, I'm diversified. No, I'm not. It's actually, I think you're much higher risk. And you really need to watch the challenge, to go into that around diversification, to understand diversification properly. I don't have money. I don't have time. I don't have knowledge. Well, hopefully we've debunked that today. If you've got $27, all of those excuses are off the table. And if you don't have $27, well, then we've got a much more serious problem to talk about. I can do all the due diligence myself. It takes me 10 years to master anything. And the bottom line is, I agree. If you want to be an expert in Sandton property in Johannesburg, then go do that. And it takes 10 plus years. But if you want to be truly diversified across countries, currencies, assets, it's impossible. The only way to do it is through partners that are doing it. I can get access to all the best investments on my own. Compared to dealing with a family office, those deals I showed you, they manage $600 million. That's why they get access to those type of deals that you and I have never been invited to the table on. And that's why the power of the crowd allows us to invest like an institution. And then finally, Seychelles structure or Mauritius or BVI or something, just be very careful of tax and structuring in terms of it. And yeah, diversity is the new buzzword for me. It should be. That's why we said, this event, #diversity. So those are the myths, a load of rubbish. And hopefully today we've debunked them for you. And if any of you use any of those excuses with me, I'm going to be, hey, rubbish. So imagine 12 months from now, 52 weeks. Imagine you were working on your 6 things. Imagine you were working on your belief every single week. Imagine you were working on your knowledge every single week. Imagine you were working on your access and investing every week or every month. Imagine you were working on your system every week or every month. Imagine you were working on your support and accountability every week and every month. Do you think you would be better off in terms of your results and freedom in 12 months? Yes or no? Just give it to me, yes or no. And again, I like pictures, and I'm doing this brutally on purpose because I'm trying to reinforce things around the commitments you've already made to yourselves. So there's a great man called Nelson Mandela, and he actually literally has the very first page in my book with this. And it says, money won't create success, the freedom to make it will. Money won't create success, the freedom to make it will. And I've got a beautiful little video for you here.
I have walked a long walk to freedom. It has been a lonely road, and it is not over yet.
You know, the journey to wealth is a lonely road. I hear it all the time. I go speak to my financial advisor. They laugh at me. I want to invest internationally. My friends tell me I'm crazy. I want to invest in a course so that I can get better. My husband, my wife, my boyfriend, my girlfriend, my boss, my whoever tells me I'm wasting my money. It's a lonely journey. And I know it feels like days ago, but you remember we started talking about a hike. We started talking about Kilimanjaro, and I used Kilimanjaro. I didn't use some little hill that no one's ever heard of before. I used Kilimanjaro because it's a big mountain. It's a difficult mountain to climb. Building passive income and globally diversified passive income is a big mountain, and it's a mountain which is usurped or most people have not been able to conquer. And that's why I love the Nelson Mandela quote, because it feels like a lonely journey, because the majority of us are trying to do it on our own. And we're out there with a bunch of people that are telling us we're crazy and that it can't be done and we must just follow the norms. And I've hopefully shared with you over the last 4 hours why I don't agree with any of that. But rather than being lonely, maybe join a couple of crazy people like me. We call ourselves wealth hackers, and let's debunk it and prove it. And the more people we do, the more people will start to believe it's possible. So what are the next steps? I literally remind you of what we started with. Here's another picture of drinking from the fire hose. If you are feeling overwhelmed, if you're not sure what to do next, we've literally made it like a no-brainer. Because, again, I remind you of that formula for success. You came here today thinking you need clarity. Then you'll get confidence. Then you'll make commitment based on what you learned at school, and then you'll have success. Andrew Carnegie taught us that that is absolute rubbish. You know, what you do is you, and this is the formula from the wealthy, you make a commitment first. Today, nothing, you literally make a commitment to yourself today. I am going to do this. Over time, you will build confidence. Trust me, I know, I've done it. Then you'll get clarity. And by the way, the more you learn, the more you realize you won't know, but you'll get clarity over time. And ultimately, the endeavor for all of us is to get to success. But it all starts with that commitment. Some of you made a personal commitment publicly. Some of you made a personal commitment. Some of you made a public commitment. Some of you need to go tell your husband, your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your boss, your friend, your whoever, that this is your commitment. But at the end of the day, whether you do the action bundle, whether you make a commitment to do something else, maybe it's simple as I'll read this book. Okay, like I make a commitment to read this book, but just make a flippant commitment to do something. Because you've spent nearly 4 hours of your life here, and if you're not prepared to make a commitment, then I promise you in 10 years' time, you'll be coming here with excuses. So that's why we made the action bundle a no-brainer. Literally, you get access to the VIP, you know, not only today, but in the courses in January and or February. You can come along and you literally work with me. You're going to get over 6 hours of my time. That's worth $6,000 worth of value. You're going to get the starter pack, which is literally here's money so that you can start investing, and you're going to get the investor priority onboarding. Normally it's over $1,500 of value, but we've literally given it to you on Blue Thursday for $27. There is a timer, and as I understand it, it's going to run out when Cyber Monday runs out. So we're giving you 3 or 4 days to make a decision. I'm not really in the game of rushing people, but I am in the game of people making decisions and being decisive. So yeah, just go to Wealth Action Bundle. Oh, and by the way, when you see the digital upsells, sorry, this stuff again, I've sort of explained this already, so I'm not going to go back through it. All the replays and everything in between, the starter pack, and again, the formula. We've literally created the starter pack so that you make the commitment, you've got the confidence, by being part of the full support system, you get the clarity through being a wealth hacker. It's a journey we go on for the rest of our lives. And then finally you get to success. Just by the way, because a couple of people have asked us before, Shane, thanks for putting the link in the chat box. If you haven't signed up if you're still here and you haven't signed up for the Action Bundle, then I don't know what more to say. I literally give up. But who here would like a t-shirt, like a Wealth Hacker t-shirt or a shirt or something? Because Shane's been flirting with that for a while and actually found a way to do it. And I would love to create a tribe of us where I wear this loudly and proudly in terms of that process. So I'm just interested. It's not included in the Action Bundle, but yeah, we'll have to find a way for the wealth hackers to buy their apparel in terms of that process. I just think it's so cool. As I said, I'm loud and I'm proud and I'm a wealth hacker. Okay, so I'm not going to go through this all. This is everything to do with the wealth hackers and everything you get. I think this is all the substance that we've been through in terms of that process. Just to remind you, what I think is important is that and one of the reasons, the only reason that we gave people right through to Monday evening, because of all the discounts and the Black Fridays and the Cyber Mondays and the everything in between, was that we feel very strongly that people need access to the right information, the right partners. So we have also given you the opportunity to get access to Wealth Going Global and Asset Class Mastery, a total value of a couple of $1,000. But we're literally giving it to you a 76% discount. That's if you buy it yourself. You can only get it if you're part of the Action Bundle, because it's logic. You need to have the Action Bundle, then you're going to get the right information and partners, and then you're going to go to the next level. And we've never done this before, but we're doing that 2-for-1 special. So that's actually the reason we've given you 2 or 3 days, because you might want to phone a friend and say, hey, do you want to be like Nick did for me, or like I did for Andrew? But yeah, you've got 3 or 4 days to figure it out, which is why obviously for $27, I could open it up today and close it in an hour. And then if you're wanting your own coach, we find often that a lot of people say, hey, I've bought courses before and I don't actually implement. Well, we've got a solution with a coach to hold your hand. It's a 4-month program, and the coach will literally hold your hand. And again, there's a fixed cost to this. We can't give a massive discount on this, but we have given nearly a 50% discount, again, to hold people's hand. Why? Because we're interested in getting results. So yeah, that's the bottom line. And again, if you still can't make up your mind around $27 and you're on the fence, there's a money back guarantee as long as you attend the VIP. So again, why I say as long, you've made a commitment yourself. I'm going to hold you accountable. And by the way, if you don't like that and you don't like accountability, then I'm not your guy. Then I recommend you don't get involved. So Don invested with us in England back in 2009. We bought 2008 actually. Sorry, we bought properties just in Greenwich, just outside Canary Wharf. He bought them for £313,000 each. 4 of them at a 26% discount. This is when the last chaos happened. He sold them all last year for £1 million each. People go, oh, it sounds too good to be true. I'm like, no, it's not, because it's all about having the right information, and in terms of that process. Ryan Buerter invested with us in 2009. He bought 5 properties in Australia and 2 in London. And 5 years later, he immigrated to Australia. He bought his houses in Brisbane and Melbourne, which were the best performing markets. He never wanted to live in those houses, but with those properties, he was able to immigrate to Australia 5 years later. Chad Pope started investing in 2011 in Australia, then went to America. He still lives in Johannesburg, South Africa, but he's a true global citizen with globally diversified passive income in terms of that process. Gert Dupree is a farmer. He started investing in America back in 2012, and has literally got true diversification now. Martin Freeman, that even runs his own property company now, funny enough, used to come on, started coming on buyers trips with us. We helped him buy houses. We got his EB5 to go to America. We taught him how to invest in medical buildings. And now he actually got his own company in America doing medical. Alan Kynock, one of the more successful property developers I know, he wanted to invest overseas. He did it all through partnership. He knew he couldn't do it on his own. And 10 years later, he's now immigrated to America and he's actually doing it on his own. But again, he used the formula of partnership to start off with. Dirk, his son wanted to be a motocross. He loves motocross. It's quite expensive to do that. So he started investing in America years ago. And so that he had the passive income so that his son was able to do motocross. This guy, Ricky Jack, was 22 years old. So don't tell me you're too old or too young. We've got people from 70 plus, and we've got people, in their teens and 20s. He came on a buyer's trip 10 years ago. He's actually one of our experts in asset class mastery because he's been doing multifamily for more than 10 years and has facilitated some ridiculously large number of investments in America. And he's only in his early 30s. Jakob Moritz, his son wanted his son to be able to go to America and go and study there. 10 years ago, it was a dream that wasn't possible. He started investing in 2013 and his son was able to do it a couple of years ago. So it's I love these stories because it's real people, real stories. And again, you can go and look at it on Trustpilot if you want to get a feeling for all the other ones. And if you're feeling, like, oh, but this sounds too good to be true, well, maybe ask 4,000 other people what their experiences have been in terms of that process. So that's the decision for you. It's really simple. You don't have to worry about all the other stuff. Everything starts yes, no, black, white, red, green. It's the Wealth Action Bundle to get started, yes or no, $27 today. We've basically made it a no-brainer. I remind you of the VIP session that we're going to have once we finish. We're nearly finished now, and then we'll jump in a Zoom room if anyone's got any questions. So if you've joined the Action Bundle, I'll be doing a private session with you. The $10 voucher, we're going to give you 10. It's ridiculous. You give me $27, I give you $10 back. So nearly half of it I give you back. But the reason being is I want to put it in your wallet and I want you to start investing. I'm not interested in $27. I'm interested in getting you to start investing because that's where you're going to see the real results. Access to tax and currency partners, in the investor test, the 8 steps to wealth through real estate, the power of clarity, the diversification masterclass and how to deal with all this craziness that's happening around the world. The creating lasting change. Again, how do you turn knowledge into results? And then really reminding you of the laws of nature. Again, you can do this all on your own, but a bird flying in a flock can fly 70% further in terms of the process. And just in case you go, well, what's the catch? Well, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. So we've taken the catch out of it completely. That's what it is. I hope you now know what the link is. I think Shane's put in enough time. Do remember, the only catch, if you want to find a catch, we all need a catch, is that the timer will be ticking, and once it goes down, it's done. And we won't go back. You've got the pages, you've got the links. Shane can share with you Wealth Going Global and Asset Mastery. In fact, Shane, please do put them in there, and people can go and look at what the course is. And on Monday night, they can buy the course anytime they want for those prices. But this is a unique opportunity. And we're doing it. It's the end of the year. Everyone else is doing crazy things. We thought, let's get crazy ourselves and let's get people results. Okay, I think the bonuses we've been through, I'm not going to give you all but there's lots of bonuses that you're going to get. And then the competition winner. So we have 2 winners today, Ridwana Ibrahim and Shiraz Swartland. Congratulations. You have won the prize to be a VIP winner. If you've already signed up to be part of the Action Bundle, then we'll figure out something. But thank you for your engagement. Shane, thank you for all the engagement. It's wonderful. And I always love the people that ask you lots of questions. By the way, to stand on stage and talk to yourself for 4 hours, like you must imagine, I'm just talking on my computer. I can't see any of you. It takes a lot of energy. So when you engage with me, I'm deeply grateful in terms of that process. So well done to the 2 of you. The 2 of you inspire me to have fun, and I've had more fun today than I often do, which has meant I've brought out lots of stories. I like to tell stories because I think we learn stuff through stories. And it's 2 people like Ridwana, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, and Shiraz, I hope I'm pronouncing that right as well, who inspire me to share with you. And so we've all won. So well done to the 2 of you. Shane will reach out to you personally just in terms of the link. So all good, we've got you. And if you signed up, Shiraz, brilliant. You know, we'll figure it out. Don't stress, dude. We'll make sure that it's worth it. Trust me, the commitment for $27 is worth it anyway. Well done to all of you who've taken action. So I know many of you have taken action. I think, you know, a vast majority, I think the percentage is well over 70% of people that are here have taken action, which is good. You know, it means that we're dealing with people that really, you know, want to make a commitment with their life. So to those of you who've taken action, you know, and made that commitment to yourself, I really, really appreciate it. And make sure that you look in your inbox. There's a little link to the Zoom room. As soon as I'm finished here, I'm going to jump in that Zoom room, and then we'll communicate with you with all the other stuff that you're going to get. So just a couple more things that I want to chuck in. I said to you all that I would give you the wealth code. I don't know why. It feels like Christmas. You know, we just come from having our 10-year birthday. So our wealth code is something that we'll chuck in as part of the action bundle. So just quickly here, it's a nice little card. You keep it. Actually, where I got this idea, the day I started my business, my mate gave me a little card like this, which I've kept in my wallet ever since. And it's got the code. Sorry, you've got the wealth code on the front. Focus on income generating assets. Don't lose money. Asymmetric risk reward. Tax efficiency. Diversification across within, you know, markets, currencies, time. The fundamentals of investing, real estate, and business don't change. Compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. Gratitude is the key to success. Your mindset creates your destiny, your life, nurture it. Chaos is your best friend. In chaos, there's opportunity. To risk nothing is to risk everything, and be constantly learning. And just by the way, on the back, there's a poem, and I love this poem by Theodore Roosevelt. The credit belongs to the person who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly and who errs and comes short again and again, who knows the great enthusiasms. Let me just stop sharing here. Who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. Far better it is to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to rank with those poor spirits who neither enjoy much nor suffer much, because they live in the great twilight that knows neither victory nor defeat. So that's your wealth code. On the front, you've got the 12 lessons, and on the back, you've got that inspirational quote. Because don't get me wrong, when you're an investor, there will be dark days. It's just the way it works. And sometimes I go back to reading my wealth code. Another little bonus, we'll chuck in our Wealth Hacker Manifesto, which I actually used to have on my wall, but I took down. Well, it fell down, and I prefer to have a blank screen now. Shane is so clever, he's figured out how to do it digitally, so I don't have to put it up. And a screensaver, but you can see here, what is it all about being a wealth hacker? It's our manifesto. This is pretty cool if you want to put it on your phone or your wall or your laptop. And then finally, we'll give you a copy of Think and Grow Rich, both in the audio. So we got the audio files and the PDF version. So yeah, if you haven't made a decision to be part of the action bundle, the book alone is worth $27. Just in terms of that process. Certainly the audio book plus the digital book. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The law of working together, the 30-day money-back guarantee to make it a no-brainer. That's everything you're getting, plus all the bonuses for $27. The only thing I would ask for you in return is if you've enjoyed today and if we've added value in your life, please go to Trustpilot and share with us a testimonial. Someone that does that will win a VIP experience to our challenge. So again, it's an ethical bribe. Why do we do it? Because real people trust real people. So the more people that tell about their real experiences, the more others will grow in trust. And so that's exactly why we do it. So please go to Trustpilot and drop a review. If you've enjoyed today, and even if you did nothing else, the only thing I ask for in return is that you leave us a testimonial and or you share with a friend. Because I'm very, very passionate. You heard me talk about it earlier, about how we can help everybody invest like the top 1%. And even though we've got a couple of hundred people here today, I would like to have a couple of thousand, and then a couple of 10,000, and then a couple of 100,000, and a couple of million, not for me. It's not about me. It's because it's time to change the world. It's time to empower people. It's time to give people the knowledge and the information so that they can create the lives that they want. And I ask you to be part of that. You have a responsibility now, in my opinion, because we've opened the light bulb. We've taken this dark room, we've shined a light in it for you. And now your job is to share that with others, in my opinion. So just to finish off, if you're still not sure about what the challenge is or wanting to come, again, this is for free. You can sign up to the challenge. We go through what is diversification. We go through the types of investments. We go through the building of diversified portfolio. We go through risk management, and we go through putting it all into practice. So you just go to that link, diversificationchallenge.com. If you are an affiliate, reach out to Shane. We've actually got a lovely affiliate program, and you can share it with your communities. Our next event is in early January, I think the 8th of January, and then we've got one in February. We'll do them about every 2 to 3 months. But we're doing one in January, one in February to take into account all the time zones in terms of that process. So thanks, Link, for putting in link. Thanks, Shane, for putting in the link in terms of that. And then finally, just with the mastermind, I don't talk about this today, but when I did this course a couple of weeks ago, a bunch of people asked me because I didn't talk about it. So I'm just going to mention it very quickly. It's not for everybody. This is by invite only. It's where people work with me one-to-one. And it's also where you work with Calio, our family office. But just to explain a little bit about what it is. So it's a 12-month journey we go on where I literally sit with you. We get very clear on your journey. And I work with you in a small group of people to help you get your objective. I was trained by ThoughtSmith, like I said to you. So I run through a structured approach to help you get your outcomes. We get very clear in session 1 on what the outcome is you're trying to achieve over the next 12 months in terms of that process. So we know where you want to be. We then review what you have. So at a property analysis perspective, this guy was in England. He had some performing properties. He had some not performing properties. I helped him look at it and showed him how he could sell the non-performing properties and literally change his cash flow from minus £750 a month to a positive £1,000 a month that he could then reinvest in better investments and get better results. So it's always a mirror to help people look at their current portfolios. What is a family office? This is all about tax and structuring, and ultimately it's what the wealthiest people in the world do. Previously, I could not get anyone access to the Calio family office. They only manage 60 families, but through our mastermind, we've agreed a joint venture with automatic entry. So they look at everything. And why do they do it? Well, they believe that the 1% can pay for advice and get results. We need to support everyone else to get access to the same advice and results. So everyone that's part of the mastermind gets access to me personally and to the Calio team in terms of that. This guy, interesting enough, like most people, has been investing. He's got a place in America and a place in England and stuff in South Africa, and they've got different RAs and whatever. And he said it's so much better to get everything in one place. There was so much duplication. It gave him so much peace of mind in the process. So what is it all about? Well, like I told you, it's about taking capital and actually, working with you to create portfolios. There's 5 simple steps. It's a 12-month journey. We get very clear on your outcome. What is you trying to achieve? I work one-to-one with you on that. Then we get very clear on your starting point. What is your current portfolio? How do we optimize your current portfolio? It's about building a plan to get from A to B, which is your wealth plan. And then it's every month, it's about execution. So there's 2 parts to that every month. You've got the mindset, the accountability, and the execution. It's actually holding someone to account to get results. And then it's the investment side, which is where every month we go deep with the Calio team. We understand what's happening in the world markets. We bring in partners to learn about new asset opportunities. We get first access to investments, et cetera, et cetera. So if you are interested in the mastermind, I'm not going to go into any more detail. You can type in the word mastermind there, and we will send you an application. As I say, it is by invite only, and yeah, it's a one-to-one. We actually have a one-to-one meeting, you and I, so that I can make sure it's right for you and right for us, because it's a small environment of people. Okay, and Cynthia actually joined. She's a lady out of Italy. She's originally American, worked in Hong Kong, now lives in Italy. And she said, thank God for the mastermind, the partners it brings, and the exponential learning curve you have gifted us. So yeah, it's and if you're interested in some testimonials on the mastermind, I'm happy to share them. I can see a couple of people have put up their mastermind. Go and see what other people's real life experiences have been. So just to finish off, in case it's confusing, today was just an introduction. Yes, it's 4 hours, but it's just an introduction. I know I'm 8 minutes over time, so I'm basically finishing now. But this is the value. This is the value chain. This is the aspirational ladder that we've built, basically. So, if someone's trying to say, well, how do I progress? We've effectively got the VIP. So that's where, you come to the, to the challenge, and you come in the VIP room, and, a couple of hours a day for 5 days, I help take you to the next level. We've got the starter pack, which is where, you literally get started and you start investing. We've got Wealth Going Global, which is getting access to the right information. You've got Asset Class Mastery, which is where you're getting access to the right partners. And then finally, you got the Mastermind, and that's where it's the top of the table. You're working directly with me and with the family office. A great idea that my partner Alex came up with is he said, how do we help someone go up this chain? Literally like someone holding a compass. And we looked up the name. It was the name he came up with, called Pathfinder, because a Pathfinder is someone who helps take you on a journey. It's can you believe it? It's exactly like we were 4 hours ago with Chifu taking me up that mountain. And so we have a coach then that can literally help you climb this mountain, and ultimately, hopefully, get you to the mastermind level. So so we call that the Wealth Pathfinder. So in a nutshell, I can't remember who asked the question. Michael, I think it was. He said, what is the Wealth University about? That's the Wealth University. There you've got everything all in one place, and you can see how it's logically and systematically been put together. So no matter where you are in this aspirational ladder, it can help you go to the next level in terms of that process. I do finish off with the great Andrew Carnegie, and the formula to success is commitment, confidence, then you'll get the clarity, and then you'll have success. And my only request to you today, if nothing else, make a commitment about something. Do something. We've given you an option with the action bundle, which is literally an absolute no-brainer. You can see the link that's down here. If you haven't already taken action, chances are you're not going to anyway. But the point being is that just make a commitment. Like that's the thing I get on my hands and knees, and I literally beg you, because that's the difference between your success and your failure. Just in terms of questions, we started off today with a question, and I want you to be able to answer this for yourself. What would it mean for you in 12 months or less of you earning passive income? And would you like a system that can help you get there 70% faster, safer, and simpler? And you don't need to answer it publicly. You can if you want. But have I, in the last 4 hours, helped you answer that question, yes or no? Those two questions. Because that was my intention. My intention was to give you belief that answering these questions was possible. And now it's over to you. It's a relay race. I've taken the baton and I'm handing it to you, because what you do with it is your choice. We've hopefully given you lots of things you can do with it in terms of it. So just a couple of questions we often get asked. Under the action bonus bundle, if you're not sure, everything's actually here. So this is all the stuff that you're getting. It's $27, and that's the URL. I actually don't know what more we could do other than taking a stick out and beating people over the head to help them get results. But just a couple of questions. I have no time. I have no money. I don't have the knowledge. What do I do? That's why we created the action bundle. Like literally, like just get started. Like it's you've got to get the belief. You'll get the knowledge with time. You'll start investing. As part of the action bundle, you get $10. You can literally start investing. So it's not an excuse. I don't buy it. I don't have the time. I don't have the money. I don't have knowledge. Not an excuse. If you're very time poor and you're a successful businessman and you've got a good portfolio, or businesswoman, whatever, that's what the mastermind's created for. Because I work with you to really condense time and really help you get results 5 times quicker, simpler, and safer. That's So yeah, depending on where you level the scale, I don't believe any of those excuses exist. How long will it take for the 100 to reflect? It's $10 actually. That's a mistake. It takes about a week or two. Remember, the money has to clear in the credit card system, and then the money has to move into Lemonway, etc. But yeah, about 2 weeks or so before it reflects. Why should I invest in the starter pack when I can go to the platform and get started for free? You can literally go on the platform and get started for free. The minimum investment depending on the different deals, is anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000. But with the action bundle, we have a way to allow you to invest from $10, just so that there's a no-brainer for people to get started. With all the global uncertainty, how does this affect whether I should invest? Look, this is a whole nother webinar where I talk about diversification, but there are stats out there that by the time you get to 65, if you kept investing consistently versus someone that tried to time the market, you'll be 30% better off if you invested consistently. Why should I not just buy a property in London? If you seriously think you're buying a property in London or in Manchester or Birmingham or whatever, then I would highly recommend you come along to the Diversification Challenge, and I'll teach you why you shouldn't do it. I've done it, by the way, and I've helped 2,500 other people do it. So trust me, I know what I know, and I'm not being arrogant. I know what works and I know what doesn't work. And buying individual properties in a foreign country is a difficult, expensive, massive hassle with low return, and it doesn't make sense anymore. It might have made sense 10 years ago. It doesn't make sense anymore. How do I fund my wallet if I'm based in South Africa? Again, you can use any one of our money transfer guides, but effectively you move the money to 11way. No matter where you are in the world, you move the money to 11way, and then you can actually start investing. Can I get help with the wealth plan and the freedom calculator? We've given them to you for free. If you want help, that's what Wealth Going Global is for. It literally takes you through the process. What are the 3 P's to investing? It's about personal development, it's about passive income, and it's the power of the community. Can people in the UK and the USA invest? The UK, yes, they can invest. In America, at the moment, still no. So they can be part of all the learning at the Wealth University, but investing on the platform, they can't. Americans can't invest. They're the only country at the moment that is not allowed to from a regulatory perspective. Is my money safe on the platform? Hopefully I've answered that today, but most importantly, it's segregated so that even if Wealth Migrate was to disappear, the money is in a separate custody account, and you've literally, it's protected by European regulation. Why should I not just invest in Alan Gray or some other financial company? I would argue, look at the returns. What are your actual returns? What are the costs? And what will it mean to you over 10 or 20 years? And again, if you keep doing what everyone else is doing, then you can expect to get results like everyone else. And I've shown you what the results are all over the world. There are other companies who invest through the Seychelles and Mauritius, and they say it's cheaper. Again, be very careful of being put in a box. True diversification is not being put in a box anywhere. It's about having access to quality information, quality partners, and being diversified. How do I get my money out of the investment? If you invest directly in a deal, you need to be cognizant of the time of the deal. Like if it's a 1-year deal, it'll come out in 1 year. If it's 3 years, it'll come out in 3 years. If it's 5 years, it'll come out in 5 years. So I don't want you to put your school fees in and ask me in January for the money back. You need to take the time of the investment into account. But when it expires, when we exit the deal, then you get the capital back in terms of that process. How do you make money? I answered that. There's a 3% initiation, which is effectively costs up front, and then there's a 10% performance fee where we make money once you make money. Will the recordings be made available? Yes, of this event. So this event will be available. I recommend watch it a couple of times, share it with your friends. I don't think the action bundle will be available, but the recording of this event will be. Scott mentioned cash on cash after tax. Okay, this is getting quite detailed, but it's basically income, the net income return. So if I invest $100 and the cash on cash is 10%, then I'm getting a net 10% return per year. So I'm getting $10 in my pocket. So I invest $100, I'm getting $10 in my pocket. By the way, we've got a little video that I'll share in the WhatsApp group about the difference between cash on cash, IRR, internal rate of return, and yield. I'll share that in the WhatsApp group if you haven't joined the WhatsApp group already. Shane, please just make a note of that, but I'll share it. So I need to share the Richard Branson stuff and the cash on cash stuff in the WhatsApp group. Can we have wallets open for our children? We're still fighting and arguing about this. The answer is definitely yes, but there is some challenges in different countries. So, but I'm a big believer where there's a will, there's a way. Will there be another workshop? Yes, definitely. This is a workshop that we do regularly. It's the last one for the year. Next month, I'll be on holiday. I don't know when we'll do our next one, probably be the end of January. But obviously, this is it's what we call our entry level, workshop, so that people can get started, start to understand who we are and how we operate. And then there's more advanced, sophisticated programs as you evolve. Can we have a tutorial explanation on the calculator? That's Wealth Going Global. So that's the process of that. Is there a mobile app? So for Wealth Migrate platform, no, there's not. It's mobilely responsive. We do have an app for Wealth University, but very few people are using it. So it is something that we're considering bringing back in. Could my personal banking details be changed? Yes. So you're in control of your banking. The only thing that can't change is that it goes into your own name. So sorry, what I mean by that is if it's in the name of ABC or in Scott Picken, I can't then send the money to Pete Pompey's. Like if the money came in from Scott Picken, it's got to go back to Scott Picken. It can be a different bank account, but it's still got to be Scott Picken because of money laundering. Can the investments be made in a trust? I answered that earlier, but the answer for South Africa is no, not a South African trust, not a South African company, but yes, an international trust, yes, an international company. 4 hours does not make you an investor. Seen so many people go to seminars, rush out and burn their fingers. What next? We've tried to make it a no-brainer. Action bundle. Like literally go to wealthactionbundle.com and commit and get started. Can I link through my website as an example, Diversify with Wealth Migrate as a provider? Yes. So affiliates, we've got a full affiliate program. So if you're interested, just you can even just type in the affiliate and we can reach out to you one-to-one. In terms of that process, it's all digital, it's all tracking in terms of the process. What is the possibility of buying property in South Africa? Look, I've done thousands of properties in South Africa. At the moment, it's not our focus. So our focus is first world countries with first world assets, first world income. You're protected by law. And that's what we believe investors from all over the world really want to focus on. With time, we'll focus on other markets like India, probably India more than anywhere first, South Africa, etc. We do have partners in South Africa. So if you are interested in South Africa, I've got a partner, in fact, my co-founder that helped me build Wealth Migrate, that's got a South African platform. So if you are interested in that, let us know. Just type in there South Africa if you're interested, and we'll share with you the link to their platform. Do I simply add Wealth Migrate to my will? Yes. So it's no different to any other investment. You're effectively owning shares in the asset. So it'd be like anything else that's on your asset. Just by the way, I see a couple of people have put South Africa. Would you like a challenge on how to invest in South African property using technology? Yes or no? So just right there, I'm trying to think because I won't remember all the yeses when I look back over this later. But just right there, challenge South Africa if you're interested, or challenge RSA. Because I am flirting with doing a challenge in February just for South Africans on how to invest in South African property using technology. Okay. So I can see there's quite a few people. Cool. I'm going to take a screenshot of that because I'm going to share that with my partner. I've been flirting with him to say that we should do that. Yeah. Okay. What if you already have a Wealth Migrate account and take the action bundle? Fantastic. Well, now you're getting started. So look, at the end of the day, $27 is relevant to people. We'll put the $10 in your wallet, and at the end of the day, what you've done more importantly is you've taken action in terms of it. Geez, I can see there's quite a few South Africans coming through here. Okay, Shane, will you just make sure you screenshot them so that I can share them with my partner? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is everything. Shane, I am going to stop sharing. Well, I'm not going to stop sharing. Let's just see quickly. Is there anything that anyone else wants to ask or anything that I've forgotten? I know I'm a little bit over time here and I want to jump into the Zoom room. Anything else, Shane? Anything I'm missing?
No, I think you've covered it all. Just thanks to all that have taken action and signed up. If you haven't checked your mail, check your inbox. I've sent you a link to join the room that's going to be opening up right after this. So join there, click on that link, join. If you don't have that email, just send me a private message now, and I can help you out.
Cool. And then I'm just checking here if there's any. So just by the way, still site, I don't know if you're still here, but silly question. So if you invest in a building, you make a once-off payment, minimum investment or more. What happens if then after the investment term? So you sell out, yes. So just by the way, there's no silly questions. Like I believe the only stupid question is the one not asked. Can you invest in Chechnya? No. So no, we only do England, Europe, America, and Australia at the moment. So yeah, it's about wealth protection. We're not in more risky markets at the moment. And then I asked, can I invest with crypto? So the answer is no. And we used to be able to, funny enough, and less than 1% of people using crypto. So we don't do that anymore. We will with time in the future, but there were problems we had with Lemonway because their banks weren't allowing crypto. Erica said, I invested with Wild Migrate several years ago. Would the action bundle still be something worth signing up for? Yes, Erica, I think completely. And the reason being is that we've given you the value adds in terms of the upsell to, the value add to wealth going global and asset class mastery, etc. All of those things have been created over the last year or so. So this really gives you a way to just, even though you've been investing, it's to take it to the next level. Like with everything, you've got version 1, version 2, version 3. Wealth Migrate's been going for 10 years now. You'd be getting involved in version 10, if that makes sense. Can we create a beneficiary for our wallet? I assume that's back to your will and stuff. The answer is no. I don't think so. It would be part of your will, etc. So it's the system's not. I mean, it's a sophisticated system, but we try to keep it simple, and so you can't like add other people. You can have different profiles under your name, but you can't like add beneficiaries and stuff. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it. Shane, there's a couple of people saying that the link is not in their inbox yet. So I will, I'm going to bounce. What I suggest is I'll bounce and let Shane if anyone's got it, he can private message you or whatever in terms of the process. And then Sonia's asking Challenge America. So Sonia, the Challenge America we are doing in January and in February. So if you're interested in Challenge America, Australia, England, or Europe, then that's what we're doing in January or February. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for me. I'm going to bounce to the VIP room. If you did take the Wealth Action Bundle, I sincerely salute you because you made a commitment to yourself in terms of getting started. 2024, I believe, is going to be a great year. Where there's chaos, there's opportunity. I do fundamentally believe that you've got a choice. You can keep trying to do it all on your own, like I did for 14 years. It's full of hassle, full of complexity, low returns, and lots of risk. Or you can partner. We tried to, as part of Blue Thursday, make it an absolute no-brainer in terms of the logical next steps for you. That's why we created the Wealth Action Bundle. If you take the Wealth Action Bundle, I would seriously consider some of the value adds that we've sort of put in the chain for you. Again, there's those 2-for-1s. There's massive discounts. Shane, I think we'll share the links to Wealth Going Global and Asset Class Mastery in the WhatsApp group, so you can go look at it. Because I mean, you can buy those products anytime you want for the actual prices. But as part of our action bundle, we've just incentivized people to make it literally a no-brainer, so that you can get started. And why are we doing it all? In simple terms, I want you to really hit the ground running in 2024. I want you to make next year the year that you change your ifs, your coulds, your shoulds, your maybes to your I did it. I want you to turn from, isn't this cool, to I'm doing it. I want you to be one of our next case studies in terms of results. And that's what really inspires me. So I thank you for your time. I'm deeply, deeply passionate for everyone who's still here. Shane, thank you for everything you've done. Alex, thank you for everything you've done. To the team at large. And for now, I'm going to bounce. I hope you've enjoyed today. Share it with your friends. Don't forget to give us a testimonial if we added value. And I'll see the people who've taken action and made a commitment. I'll see you in the Zoom room in like 2 minutes. Just to remind you, Lucy, Shane's going to stay here and message people individually one-to-one if they don't have the link. I'll go into the Zoom room in the meantime. Oh wait, Shane, didn't we have this problem? I couldn't go in last time.
Yeah, so Scott, I've put a message in the chat with my cell number and a link to my WhatsApp. So if you haven't received it, just copy that now, or click on that link, and I will help you out on WhatsApp.
Okay, so just go to the chat box. You'll see there it says Shane Ferreira. It says you haven't received the VIP room link. Send me a WhatsApp, and that's obviously assuming you've signed up for the action bundle. And or there's a couple of people that are in the mastermind. If you're still here, you're very welcome to join. You know what I mean? So yeah, just contact Shane and he'll help. Lekker, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful day. Cheers, until next time. Oh, by the way, have a good festive season and don't waste too much money tomorrow. Rather invest